Sato ma sadgamaya tamaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityorma amritam shanti 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 Sahana bhavatu sahano bhunaktu sahaviryam karavai tejasvinavadhikamastu ma vidvishavahai Om Shanti 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 Om Channo Mitrasham Varunah Channo Bhavatvaryama Channa Indro Brihaspatihi Channo Vishnurukramah Namo Brahmani Namaste Vayo Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahmasi Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahma Vadishyami Vritam Vadishyami Satyam Vadishyami Tanmamavadu Tatvaktaramavadu Avadu Mam Avadu Vaktaram Om Shanti 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 Om Bhadram Karnevi Shrunuyama Devaha Bhadram Pashyemam Shabhiryajatvaha Sthirairangai Stuštuvagam Sastanubhi Vyasheva Devahitayadaluhu Swasti na Indro Rathashavaha Swasti na Purusha Vishwavedaha Swasti nastarshyo Harishtanimi Swasti no Bruhaspatir Dadato Om Shanti 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 Om Madhvatarkayate Madhuksharanti Sindhava Madhvirna Santoshadi Madhunaktamutoshasi Madhumatpartipakam Raja Madhutyurastunapritha Madhumanno Vanaspatir Madhumagam Astu Suryaha Matigavo Pavantunaha Om Madhu Om Madhu Om Madhu Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti 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 Om Dev Shantiran पृथिवी शान्तिरापः शान्तिरोषधयः शान्तिः वनस्पतयः शान्तिर्विश्वे देवाः शान्ति ब्रह्म शान्ति सर्वं शान्ति शान्तिरेव शान्ति सामा शान्तिरेति ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात् ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात् ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात् ॐ नमः शिवाय ॐ रामकृष्णाय विद्महे परमहंसाय धीमहि तन्नो हंसः प्रचोदयात् ॐ रामकृष्णाय विद्महे परमहंसाय धीमहि तन्नो हंसः प्रचोदयात् ॐ रामकृष्णाय विद्महे परमहंसाय धीमहि तन्नो हंसः प्रचोदयात् ॐ वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा ॐ शान्तिः 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 हरि ॐ तत्सत् श्रीरामकृष्णार्पणमस्तु Namaste everyone. To begin with today's program, as Swami Dhanyananji performs the prayer, we would like to invite Suchita and Arpita to offer devotional songs.
Himagiri Tana भक्त परे पासानुसेषु दण्ड करे अम्बा परात् परे निज भक्त परे आशाम्बर हरि केश विलास आशाम्बर हरि केश विलास आशाम्बर हरि केश विलास आनंद रूपे अमित प्रदाभे आनंद रूपे अमित प्रदाभे हिमगिरि तनये मलते अम्बईश्वरि श्रीललिते मामव हिमगिरि तनये हे मलते जय जय दुर्गे जित वैरिवर्गे जय जय दुर्गे जित वैरिवर्गे वियदनिलादि विचित्र सर्गे जय जय दुर्गे जित वैरिवर्गे वियदनिलादि विचित्र सर्गे जय जय दुर्गे सुन्दरतर चरणारविन्दे सुख परिपालित लोकवृन्दे सुन्दरतर चरणारविन्दे सुख परिपालित लोकवृन्दे नन्द सुनन्दादि योगी वन्दे नन्द सुनन्दादि योगी वन्दे नारायण सोदरी परानन्दे नन्द सुनन्दादि योगी वन्दे नारायण सोदरी परानन्दे जय जय दुर्गे जित वैरिवर्गे नियतनिलादि विचित्र सर्गे जय जय दुर्गे अनुदय लय सच्चिदानन्द लटिके आलोल मणिमय ताटंक धनिके अनुदय लय सच्चिदानन्द लटिके आलोल मणिमय ताटंक धनिके नाना रूपादि कार्य साधनिके नाना रूपादि कार्य
আগুনের পরশমণি ছোঁয়াও প্রাণে, এই জীবন পূর্ণ করো, এই জীবন পূর্ণ করো, এই জীবন এই জীবন পূর্ণ করো, দহন আগুনে পরশমণি ছোঁয়াও প্রাণে, এই জীবন পূর্ণ করো, এই জীবন পূর্ণ করো, এই জীবন পূর্ণ করো, এই জীবন পূর্ণ করো, দহন আগুনে পরশমণি ছোঁয়াও প্রাণে। আমার এই দেহ খানি তুলে ধরো, তোমার ওই দেবালয়ে প্রদীপ করো, আমার এই দেহ খানি তুলে ধরো, তোমার ওই দেবালয়ে প্রদীপ করো, নিশিদিন আলোক শিখা জ্বলুক প্রাণে, নিশিদিন আলোক শিখা জ্বলুক প্রাণে, আগুনে পরশমণি ছোঁয়াও প্রাণে। আধারের গায়ে গায়ে পরশ তব, সারা রাত ফোটা তারা নব কোন আলোতে প্রাণের প্রদীপ জ্বালিয়ে তুমি ধরায় আসো, কোন আলোতে প্রাণের প্রদীপ জ্বালিয়ে তুমি ধরায় আসো, সাধক গো প্রেমিক গো পাগল গো ধরায় আসো, কোন আলোতে প্রাণের প্রদীপ জ্বালিয়ে তুমি ধরায় আসো। এই অকুল সংসারে দুঃখ আঘাত তোমার প্রাণে বিনা ঝঙ্কারে, এই অকুল সংসারে দুঃখ আঘাত তোমার প্রাণে বিনা ঝঙ্কারে, ঘোর বিপদ মাঝে কোন জননীর মুখের হাসি দেখিয়া হাসো, ঘোর বিপদ মাঝে কোন জননীর মুখের হাসি দেখিয়া হাসো, কোন আলোতে প্রাণের প্রদীপ জ্বালিয়ে তুমি ধরায় আসো। তুমি কাহার সন্তানে সকল সুখে আগুন জেলে বেড়াও কে জানে, তুমি কাহার সন্তানে সকল সুখে আগুন জেলে বেড়াও কে জানে, এমন ব্যাকুল করে কে তোমারে কাঁদায় যারে ভালোবাসো, এমন ব্যাকুল করে কে তোমারে কাঁদায় যারে ভালোবাসো, কোন আলোতে প্রাণের প্রদীপ জ্বালিয়ে তুমি ধরায় আসো। তুমি ধরায় আসো, সাধক গো প্রেমিক গো পাগল গো ধরায় আসো, সাধক গো প্রেমিক গো পাগল গো ধরায় আসো। কোন আলোতে প্রাণের প্রদীপ জ্বালিয়ে তুমি ধরায় আসো, কোন আলোতে প্রাণের প্রদীপ জ্বালিয়ে তুমি ধরায় আসো। কোন খেলা যে খেলবো কখন, কোন খেলা যে খেলবো কখন, ভাবি বসে সেই কথাটাই, কোন খেলা যে খেলবো কখন, ভাবি বসে সেই কথাটাই। তোমার আপন খেলার সাথী করো, তাহলে আর ভাবনা তো নাই। আপন খেলার সাথী করো, তাহলে আর ভাবনা তো নাই। কোন খেলা যে খেলবো কখন, ভাবি বসে সেই কথাটাই, কোন খেলা যে খেলবো কখন। শিশির ভেজা সকাল বেলা, আজ কি তোমার ছুটির খেলা, শিশির ভেজা সকাল বেলা, আজ কি তোমার ছুটির খেলা। বর্ষণহীন মেঘের মেলা, তার স্বরে মোর মনকে ভাসায়। বর্ষণহীন মেঘের মেলা, তার স্বরে মোর মনকে ভাসায়। কোন খেলা যে খেলবো কখন, ভাবি বসে সেই কথাটাই। তোমার নিঠুর খেলা খেলবে যেদিন, বাজবে সেদিন ভীষণ ভেরি। ঘনাবে মেঘ, আধার হবে, কাঁদবে হাওয়া আকাশ ঘেরি। তোমার নিঠুর খেলা খেলবে যেদিন, বাজবে সেদিন ভীষণ ভেরি। ঘনাবে মেঘ, আধার হবে, কাঁদবে হাওয়া আকাশ ঘেরি। সেদিন যেন তোমার ডাকে ঘরের বাগান আমরা থাকে, সেদিন যেন তোমার ডাকে ঘরের বাগান আমরা থাকে। অকাতরে পরাণটাকে দোলানো দোলায় দোলাতে চাই। অকাতরে পরাণটাকে দোলানো দোলায় দোলাতে বসে সেই কথাটাই কোন খেলা যে খেলব কখন। আমি সব ছেড়ে মা ধরব তোমার রাঙা চরণ দুটি। এই তো আমার ব্রত, আমি সব ছেড়ে মা ধরব তোমার রাঙা চরণ দুটি। এই তো আমার ব্রত, আমি আর নই তো রাজি শূন্য হাতে ঘুরতে অবিরত। এই তো আমার ব্রত, আমি সব ছেড়ে মা ধরব তোমার রাঙা চরণ দুটি। এই তো আমার ব্রত। আমি যা পেয়েছি জীবন ভরে উঠল না তার नमो श्री गुरवे नमो श्री गुरवे नमो श्री गुरवे नमो नमो श्री गुरवे नमो श्री गुरवे नमो श्री गुरवे नमो नमो राम कृष्ण शरणं राम कृष्ण शरणं राम कृष्ण शरणं शरणे राम कृष्ण शरणं राम कृष्ण शरणं राम कृष्ण शरणं शरणे प्रभु राम कृष्ण शरणं राम कृष्ण शरणं राम कृष्ण शरणं शरणे कृपा हि केवलं कृपा हि केवलं कृपा हि केवलं शरणे प्रभु कृपा हि केवलं कृपा हि केवलं कृपा हि केवलं शरणे राम कृष्ण शरणं राम कृष्ण शरणं राम कृष्ण शरणं शरणे शरणागतोऽहं 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 शरणे प्रभु शरणागतोऽहं 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 शरणे प्रभु राम कृष्ण शरणं राम कृष्ण शरणं राम कृष्ण शरणं शरणे नमो श्री गुरवे नमो श्री गुरवे नमो श्री गुरवे नमो 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 श्री गुरवे नमो श्री गुरवे नमो श्री দুলিছে কপাল মার, তা থইয়া নাচে ভোলা। ওম বাবা বাজে গান, তা থইয়া নাচে ভোলা। গরজে গঙ্গা জটা মাঝে, ওগরে অনল ত্রিশূল রাজে। গরজে গঙ্গা গরজে গঙ্গা, গরজে গঙ্গা জটা মাঝে, ওগরে অনল ত্রিশূল রাজে। ধক 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 মৌলি বন্ধ, ধক 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 মৌলি বন্ধ, ধক 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 মৌলি বন্ধ। জলে শশাঙ্ক গান, তা থইয়া নাচে ভোলা। ওম বাবা বাজে গান, ডিমি 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 ডমরু বাজে, ডিমি 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 ডমরু বাজে। দুলিছে কপাল মার, তা থইয়া নাচে ভোলা। তা থইয়া নাচে ভোলা। তা থইয়া নাচে ভোলা। সে 6 জন আগে একই সাথে পথ ভোলাই যে বারে বার সে বিপদ হতে ধরে হাতে মাঝে করিয়েছেন উদ্ধার সে বিপদ হতে ধরে হাতে মাঝে করিয়েছেন উদ্ধার মা আছেন আর আমি আছি ভাবনা কি আর আছে আমার আমি ভুলেও থাকি তবু দেখি ভুলেও না মা একটিবার এমন স্নেহের আধার কে আছে আর মাঝে আমার আমি মার বড় স্নেহের আধার মাঝে আমার আমি মায়ের মা আমার মা আছেন আর আমি আছি ভাবনা কি আর আছে আমার আমি মায়ের হাতে খাই পড়ি মা নিয়েছে আমার ভার মা আছেন আর আমি আছি ভাবনা কি আর আছে আমার বুঝি হে তুমি আমার সকল হবে কবে বুঝি হে তুমি আমার সকল হবে কবে আমার মনের মাঝে ভবের কাজে মানিক হয়ে রবে কবে বুঝি হে তুমি আমার সকল হবে কবে আমার সকল সুখে আমার সকল সুখে সকল দুঃখে আমি তোমার চরণ ধরব বুকে কণ্ঠ আমার সকল কথায় কণ্ঠ আমার সকল কথায় তোমার কথাই তবে বুঝি হে তুমি আমার সকল হবে কবে তুঙ্গ যাহা ভবের হাটে আনব তোমার চরণ বাটে তোমার কাছে হে মহাজন সবে রবে বাধা কবে স্বার্থ প্রাচীর করে খাড়া আমি গর্ব যাবে আপন কারা বজ্র হয়ে তুমি তারে বজ্র হয়ে লাজে জড়াই আছে বাধা ছাড়াই যেতে চাই ছাড়াতে গেলে ব্যথা বাজে জানি হে তুমি মম জীবনের শ্রেয়তম আপন ঘন আর নাহি যে তোমার সম জানি হে তুমি মম জীবনের শ্রেয়তম আপন কতই রঙ্গ দেখি দুনিয়ায়। হরি বলবো আর মদন মোহনে হেরবো গো, হরি বলবো আর মদন মোহনে হেরবো গো। জয় রাধে কৃষ্ণ বলবো গো, জয় রাধে কৃষ্ণ বলবো গো, হরি বলবো আর মদন মোহনে হেরবো গো, হরি বলবো আর মদন মোহনে হেরবো গো। হে মহাভাব স্বরূপিণী রাধে, হে মাধুর্য কালঙ্কিনী রাধে, হরি বলবো আর মদন মোহনে হেরবো গো। রাধা কৃষ্ণ রূপ মাধুরী হেরবো দুটি নয়ন ভরি, রাধা কৃষ্ণ রূপ মাধুরী হেরবো দুটি নয়ন ভরি, কুঞ্জ দ্বারে দাঁড়িয়ে হরি রইব গো, কুঞ্জ দ্বারে দাঁড়িয়ে হরি রইব গো, হরি বলবো আর মদন মোহনে হেরবো গো, হরি বলবো আর মদন মোহনে হেরবো গো। হে কৃষ্ণ মনোমোহিনী রাধে, হে রমণী মুকুটমণি রাধে, হরি বলবো আর মদন মোহনে হেরবো গো, হরি বলবো। বিনু বিনু খেলা সঙ্গে রাখালে মেলা, তাদের বদলা গায়ে আমি বাঁধবো গো। বিনু খেলা সঙ্গে রাখালে মেলা, তাদের বদলা গায়ে আমি মাখবো গো। তোমরা ব্রজবাসী সবে এই করুণা করো হেবে, তোমরা ব্রজবাসী সবে এই করুণা করো হেবে, কবে শ্যামের মধুর বাসি শুনব গো, কবে শ্যামের মধুর বাসি শুনব গো, হরি বলবো আর মদন মোহনে হেরবো গো, হরি বলবো আর মদন মোহনে হেরবো গো। হে অষ্ট সখীর শিরোমণি রাধে, হে শ্যামকণ্ঠ নীলমণি রাধে, হরি বলবো আর মদন মোহনে হেরবো গো, হরি বলবো। কবে আমার সর্ব অঙ্গে ব্রজের ধুলা মাখি অঙ্গে, বাহু তুলে ব্রজের পথে নাচব গো, কবে আমার সর্ব অঙ্গে ব্রজের ধুলা মাখি অঙ্গে, বাহু তুলে ব্রজের পথে নাচব গো, হরি বলবো আর মদন মোহনে হেরবো গো, হরি বলবো আর মদন মোহনে হেরবো গো। হে কৃষ্ণ বিলাসিনী রাধে, হে হরি ভক্তি প্রদায়িনী রাধে, হরি বলবো আর মদন মোহনে হেরবো গো। হে দেখো অন্তিম কালে রাখবো শ্রী যমুনার জলে, জয় রাধে শ্রীকৃষ্ণ বলে ভাসবো গো। হে দেখো অন্তিম কালে রাখবো শ্রী যমুনার জলে, জয় রাধে শ্রীকৃষ্ণ বলে ভাসবো গো। নরোত্তম দাসে বলে ব্রজ গোপীর কৃপা বলে, নরোত্তম দাসে বলে ব্রজ গোপীর কৃপা বলে, দানে দানে মাধু করি বলবো গো, হরি বলবো আর মদন মোহনে হেরবো গো, হরি বলবো আর মদন মোহনে হেরবো গো। জয় রাধে কৃষ্ণ বলবো গো, জয় রাধে কৃষ্ণ বলবো গো, হরি বলবো আর মদন মোহনে হেরবো গো, হরি বলবো আর
Vishnu Sadapati Mahashi Makararashi Shukli Akshe Tatiyam Sri Ram Krishna Pratimam Sri Ram Krishna Puja Karmi Om Aim Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Sri Ram Krishnaya Swaha Iti Mantrena Ashtottara Ashtavinshati Sankhya Sajya Vajapatra Om Karma Tadiya Charana Sritoha Karishyami Om Yajagrata Samavekadeva
ऐं सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय श्रीरामकृष्णाय स्वाहा। ॐ 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 ऐं ह्रीं सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपिण्यै श्री शारदा देव्यै स्वाहा। ॐ ऐं ह्रीं सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपिण्यै श्री शारदा देव्यै स्वाहा। ॐ ऐं ह्रीं सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपिण्यै श्री शारदा देव्यै स्वाहा। ॐ ऐं श्रीमत्स्वामी विवेकानन्दाय स्वाहा। ॐ ऐं श्रीमत्स्वामी विवेकानन्दाय स्वाहा। ॐ ऐं श्रीमत्स्वामी विवेकानन्दाय स्वाहा।
ॐ ऐं श्रीरामकृष्णदेवस्य
ॐ
अङ्गदेवताभ्यः
ऐं श्रीरामकृष्णदेवस्य
देवताभ्यः
ॐ ऐं श्रीरामकृष्ण देवस्य अंगदेवताभ्यः स्वाहा।
ॐ ऐं श्रीरामकृष्णदेवस्य आवरणदेवताभ्यः स्वाहा। ॐ ऐं श्रीरामकृष्णदेवस्य स्वाहा। ॐ ऐं श्रीगुरवे स्वाहा।
ॐ ऐं श्री गुरवे स्वाहा। ॐ गणेशाय स्वाहा।
ॐ नमः शिवाय। ॐ नमः शिवाय स्वाहा।
ॐ नमः शिवाय स्वाहा।
ॐ श्री
शिवाय स्वाहा।
ॐ नमः
नारायणाय स्वाहा।
ॐ जय
जय दुर्गाय स्वाहा।
ॐ ऐं वाणेश्वरी शिवाय
शिवाय स्वाहा।
ॐ
आदित्यादित्यवर्णेभ्यः स्वाहा।
ॐ
इन्द्रादिदशपालेभ्यः स्वाहा।
ॐ
ॐ काल्यादिशमहाविद्याभ्यः स्वाहा। ॐ मत्स्यादिदशावतारेभ्यः स्वाहा। ॐ सर्वेभ्यो देवेभ्यः स्वाहा। ॐ सर्वाभ्यो देवीभ्यः स्वाहा। please offer the जागृतस्वप्नसुषुप्त्यावस्थासु मनोवाचाकर्मणः मुद्रेण यत्कृतं यत्कृतं यत्स्मृतं तत्सर्वं ब्रह्मार्पणं भवतु स्वाहा मां मदीयं सकलं श्रीराम कृष्णचरणे समर्पये ॐ तत्सत् ॐ पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरि ओम तत्सत् जय राम कृष्णार्पणमस्तु जय श्री गुरु महाराज की जय जय महामाई की जय जय स्वामी जी महाराज जी की जय जय भगवान बुद्धदेव की जय जय भगवान यीशु कृष्ण देव की जय
Sri Ram Krishna Pujami Purna Karma Samgata Brahma Dakshinamita Purna Karma Tasmai Brahmani Aham Sampadadhana. Sri Ram Krishna Pratikamanaya Kritaita Sri Ram Krishna Puja Karmana Sangatartham Dakshinam Idam Kanchanam Mulyam Rajata Khandam Architam Sri Vishnu Deva Ram Krishnaya Tubhyam Aham Sampradhanam. Chitam Om Kritaita Karmam Chitam Asti. Paushamashi Makara Rashi Sthibhashke Shukla Pakshe Trityanita Sri Ram Krishna Pratikamanaya Kritesmi Karmani Yat Vaigunya Jata Tat Dosha Prashamanaya Sri Vishnu Smaranam Karishye.
Ram Krishna Sharanam, Ram Krishna Sharanam, Ram Krishna Sharanam, Sharanye, Prabhu Ram Krishna Sharanam, Ram Krishna Sharanam, Ram Krishna Sharanam, Sharanye, Prabhu Ram Krishna Sharanam, Ram Krishna Sharanam, Ram Krishna Sharanam, Sharanye, Kripahi Kevalam, Kripahi Kevalam, Kripahi Kevalam, Sharanye, Prabhu Kripahi Kevalam, Kripahi Kevalam, Kripahi Prabhu Ram Krishna Sharanam, Ram Krishna Sharanam, Ram Krishna Sharanam, Sharanye. Sharanagatoham, 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 Sharanye, Prabhu Sharanagatoham, 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 Sharanye, Prabhu Ram Krishna Sharanam, Ram Krishna Sharanam, Ram Krishna Sharanam, Sharanye.
Mataji from the Vedanta Society in New South Wales to chant.
Atma Panchakam, the first one. Naham deho nindriyantarangam nahankara pranavargo na buddhihi Dharapatya kshetra vittadi dura sakshi nitya pratyagatma shivoham rajvagnanat bhati rajjuryathahi swatma jnanad atmano jiva bhavaha aptotyahi bhranti nashe sarajjur Jivo naham deshiko kya shivoham Abhatidam vishwamatmanya satyam Satya jnanananda rupe vimohat Nidra mohat swapnavattanna satyam Shuddha purno nitya eka shivoham Matto nanyat kinchidatrasti vishvam Satyam bahyam vastu mayopakriptam Adarshankara bhasamanasya tulyam Mayadvaite bhanti tasmat shivoham Naham jato janma mrityu kuto me Naham prana kshutpipase kuto me Naham chittam shokamoha kuto me Naham karta bandha moksha kuto me Jivo naham deshiko kya shivoham Sakshi nityam pratyagatma shivoham Shuddha purno nitya eka shivoham Sakshi nitya pratyagatma shivoham
I will sing from Sri Ramakrishna Stotra Dashakam, 10 verses praise of Sri Ramakrishna, composed by Swami Sridharananda Maharaj, who was the spiritual guru of Revered Swami Sridharananda. Brahma-rupamadi-madhya shesha sarva bhasakam bhavashakahina rupa nitya satya madhyayam Brahma-rupamadi-madhya shesha sarva bhasakam bhavashakahina rupa nitya satya madhyayam Vāṅ-manoti gocaranja veti bhāshitam Vāṅ-manoti gocaranja veti bhāvitam Tam namāmi deva deva Ramakrishna Ishvaram Tam namāmi deva deva Ramakrishna Ishvaram Aditeya Viharam Surari-daityanashakam Sadhu-shishta-kamadam Mahi-subhara-bharakam Swatma-rupa-tattvakam Yoge-yoge-cha-darshitam Swatma-rupa-tattvakam Yoge-yoge-cha-darshitam Tam namāmi deva deva Ramakrishna Ishvaram Tam namāmi deva deva Ramakrishna Sarvabhuta sarva-dharma sutravandhakaranam Jnana-karma pāpa-punya tāratamya sadhanam Buddhivasa-sakshi-rupa sarva-karma-vasanam Buddhivasa-sakshi-rupa sarva-karma-vasanam Namāmi deva deva Ramakrishna Ishvaram Namāmi deva deva Ramakrishna Sarvatīva pāpa-nāśataranam Bhaveshwaram Sridharananda Devadanam Kirsham Yapitam Svalilaya Divya-jivanam Yapitam Svalilaya
भक्तिसाधकम् तव सारं समाप्तं वै श्रीरामकृष्ण तूनकम्। अनित्यदृश्येषु विवेच्य नित्यम् तस्मिन् समाधतया विवेकवैराग्य विशुद्धचित्तम् योऽसौ विवेकी तमहं नमामि। योऽसौ विवेकी तमहं नमामि। निमग्नचित्तम् विवेकमानैकविनोदशीलम् विवेकवासा कमनीयकान्तिम् विवेकिनं तं सततं नमामि। विवेकिनं तं सततं नमामि। ऋतं च विज्ञानमधिश्रयद्यत् निरन्तरं चादिमध्यान्तहीनम् सुखं स्वरूपं प्रकरोति यस्य आनन्दमूर्तिं तमहं नमामि। आनन्दमूर्तिं तमहं नमामि। सूर्यो यथा हितमो निहन्ति विष्णो यथा दुष्टजनाश्चिरति तथैव यस्याखिलनेत्रलोभं रूपं त्रितापं विमुखीकरोति। रूपं त्रितापं विमुखीकरोति। तं देशिकेन्द्रं परमं पवित्रम् विश्वस्य यतीन्द्रम् हिताय नृणां नरमूर्तिमन्तम् विवेकानन्दमहं नमामि विवेकानन्दमहं नमामि नमः श्रीयतिराजाय विवेकानन्दसूरये सच्चित् सुखस्वरूपाय स्वामिने तापहारिणे। स्थापकाय च धर्मस्य सर्वधर्मस्वरूपिणे अवतारवरिष्ठाय रामकृष्णाय ते नमः। जननीं शारदां देवीं रामकृष्णं जगद्गुरुं पादपद्मे तयोः स्थित्वा प्रणमामि मुहुर्मुहुः। नमः श्रीयतिराजाय विवेकानन्दसूरये सच्चित्सुखस्वरूपाय स्वामिने तापहारिणे। Namaste everyone. My humble salutations to the Holy Trio. My respectful pranams to Gayatri Pranam Mataji, my namaskars to the Mataji. My respects to all other Swamis here. I would like to specially mention the presence of Swami Chandrasekharanandji from Vedanta Society of Portland, who many of you are familiar with. He was here for many years. Swami Bhadreshanandji from the Ramakrishna Mission, Fiji. Swami Sunishthanandaji from the Vedanta Center in Melbourne. Swami Manyanandaji from the Vedanta Center, Adelaide. Swami Mahabodhanandaji, Swami Dhanyanandaji, and other our brahmacharis. We have all gathered here to offer our respects to our very beloved and highly respected Revered Swami Sridharananda Maharaj. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you devotees, as also those who have been watching online. In the Ramakrishna tradition, we say that the sadhu, when he passes away, goes to Sri Ramakrishna Loka, means the abode of Sri Ramakrishna. So we believe that Swami Sridharananda is there with Sri Ramakrishna and watching us. In Swami Sridharananda Maharaj, many people found their teacher, their mentor, their personal advisor, their guide, philosopher, and most of all, a very loving fatherly figure. He was a spiritual guru to many. Sri Ramakrishna used to say that at the touch of the philosopher's stone, the Chintamani, all the metals will turn into gold. And I am sure that he has touched the lives of so many, and their lives have been blessed indeed. In the Sri Ramakrishna order, Sri Ramakrishna is the center and he is the hub of the spiritual power, the spiritual Shakti. This spiritual power has come down to us through 3 channels. Sri Ramakrishna's power has come down to us through his Shakti, Holy Mother Sharda Devi. Secondly, through his foremost disciple, Swami Vivekananda. And thirdly, through his other direct disciples. Swami Sridharananda was connected to Sri Ramakrishna through one or other of these channels, other 3 of these channels, in his case especially through the Holy Mother who initiated his Guru Swami Virajanandaji. There is another important connection to Sri Ramakrishna in the life of Swami Sridharanandaji. He was a relative, even though distant, of Sri Mahendranath Gupta or M, who has given to us the immortal book, the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. Swami Sridharananda had told us that when he was very young, he was taken by his grandmother to meet M or Mahendranath Gupta. And his grandmother apparently was a cousin of Mahendranath Gupta. And when his grandmother was asked, "Who is this boy?" she introduced him. And Swami Sridharananda always said that he could still remember the expressive eyes of him. Naturally, he blessed the young boy who later became Swami Sridharananda, and thus he has received the Shakti or the power that is flowing. There is another connection with Mahendranath Datta, that is Mohim Babu. He was the younger brother of Swami Vivekananda. And Swami Vivekananda's house was in the next suburb where Swami Sridharananda grew up. And he had seen Mohim Babu or Mahendranath Datta and must have been blessed by him. I am sure he had met others who had seen Sri Ramakrishna, who had touched Sri Ramakrishna, and who in turn touched Swami Sridharananda. Two of the names that comes to my mind, even though Maharaj had not told me about it, one is Sri Mahesh Bhattacharya, who established the homeopathic medicine company. Mahesh Bhattacharya had been blessed by Sri Ramakrishna, and he used to visit Belur Mutt when Swami Sridharananda was a young monk. Another connection is that of Swami Ambikanandaji. Ambikanandaji was the son of Navagopal Ghosh and Nistarni Ghosh of Howrah. In fact, the pranama mantra that we chant, Sthapakaya cha dharmasya, was composed at Navagopal Ghosh's house. Swami Vivekananda composed it then and there and established a porcelain image of Sri Ramakrishna in Navagopal Ghosh's house. And their son was Swami Ambikanandaji, Neera. When he was a baby, he was taken by his mother to Sri Ramakrishna and placed him on his lap, Sri Ramakrishna's lap. And Sri Ramakrishna said, "Have you given this baby to me?" "Yes." And she said, "Yes, he is yours." And she said, "All right, you take care of him, and when the time comes, he will be mine." And indeed, Swami Ambikanandaji is there. Of course, later he was one of the attendants to Swami Brahmanandaji, Akal Maharaj, and later he went to Punjab and he practiced severe austerities over there and passed away in 1954. I am sure Swami Sridharananda was blessed by Swami Ambikanandaji as well. Thus, those of us who came in close contact with Swami Sridharanandaji are blessed by having the touch of one who had touched those who were blessed by Sri Ramakrishna himself, and thus received this Guru Shakti from Sri Ramakrishna. And it is flowing constantly, incessantly through us all over here. With these few words, I would like to request some of our devotees, Swamis and devotees to come and share their reminiscences. But before I do so, we would like to play a video of Swami Sridharanandaji, who had given a talk after Swami Sridharananda ji, our past president, had passed away, and you can hear his words.
Dear friends, today we have a special puja performed in Revered and some other sectors to rejoice the passing away of a human being with normal faculties, but with a determination and self-disciplining, reached a very advanced stage of being one with God. And he has been gathered to his master, to his maker. The Jivatma has merged with the Paramatma. So it is not a day of mourning, as it is generally done. It's a day of rejoicing that a normal, ordinary human being, by his own efforts, by his process of self-disciplining, by being guided by his Guru and the scriptures, he has achieved the desired goal. So, we do celebrate it with joy. There's a feast for all in our headquarters today, but we generally, these brown sectors, we remember him with a silent prayer for 2 minutes. Not only we pray for him, we pray that his blessings may protect us and be showered on us, so that it is helpful. Their blessings become helpful to us, to our spiritual journey. So dears, let us be silent and prayerful to 2 more minutes. I will announce the close of this prayer by uttering Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Om Shanti. So let us do that prayer. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank
What an apt message from his own voice. Swami Sridharananda Maharaj was the senior most monk of the Ramakrishna mission or Matan mission. Most revered President Maharaj, who is about 3 years younger to him, has sent us a message on the occasion of the Memoriam function. I will read it out. Message by Revered President Maharaj, Swami Gautamananda Maharaj, on the occasion of the memorial function in honor of Swami Sridharananda Maharaj to be held on 24th December 2025 at the Sydney Centre. We are deeply saddened by the passing away of Revered Swami Sridharananda Maharaj, the senior most monk of our order, who was one amongst the last of his era. Having started his monastic career with wide association with the stalwart monks who succeeded the direct disciples like Swami Virajananji Maharaj, he had seen in his long life of 99 years, he was 5 days short of 100 in fact, our order in almost all its phases of growth. Vastly scholarly and highly practical in his field of work, he was a pillar of wisdom and service. Numberless devotees and monks had found in him a great source of inspiration. He was a very popular speaker in the Hindi belt of our country, India. I had the opportunity to invite him to Arunachal Pradesh, where he lectured from many platforms, impressing high officials, both civil and military. He was highly appreciated for his establishment of one of the biggest general hospitals in Uttar Pradesh, a lasting contribution to the welfare of society. Naturally, his loss will be felt by many in our mission. I offer my heartfelt prayers to Sri Ramakrishna, Holy Mother and Swamiji to shelter him in their blessed abode of infinite peace and joy. Signed, Swami Gautamananda, President Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission. I will be inviting some of the speakers after this. The memorial meeting today will have 2 segments. Some of you would be speaking now, and there will be some others, mostly monks, who would be speaking in the evening after the Christmas Eve function. I would first like to request Swami Sunishtananda ji from the Vedanta Center in Melbourne to read out the message from Swami Sridharananda ji, the General Secretary of the Ramakrishna Order, as well as recount his reminiscences on Swami Sridharananda, Swami Sunishtananda ji.
message sent by our revered General Secretary Maharaj, Swami Sridharananda. In Memoriam, Swami Sridharananda Maharaj. Sri Ramakrishna says in the Gospel, a parrot repeats by rote the holy name of Radha Krishna, but as soon as it is caught by a cat, it screams caw caw, betraying its natural cry. Worldly wise men sometimes repeat the name of Hari, God, and perform various pious and charitable deeds. But when death overtakes them, they forget him and all such deeds. He employed this metaphor to illustrate that until the chosen deity is firmly enshrined within the sanctuary of the heart, the repetition of the divine name remains a hollow endeavor. The lives and most tellingly the deaths of the monks of the Ramakrishna order offer us a glimpse into a state where the chosen ideal is truly realized. Swami Sridharananda stood as a luminous testament to this spiritual attainment, retaining full consciousness until his final moments. He chose to withdraw from the world only after receiving word that the birth anniversary of Holy Mother Sri Sharada Devi had been solemnly observed on the 11th. 2 days later, he quietly discarded his mortal frame. To reflect upon the life of Revered Maharaj is to recognize the abundant grace the Holy Mother showered upon him. He often recounted a pivotal episode from his years as an attendant to Swami Shantanandaji, a disciple of the Mother. When Shantanandaji was diagnosed with tuberculosis, an incurable affliction in those days, and sent to Shimla for care, Sridharanandaji observed a profound transformation. He recalled how Shantanandaji, upon learning he had contracted TB, retreated into a deep inward gravity, eventually ceasing even to answer the inquiries of his physicians as he moved closer to the divine. Sridharananda said, I wondered if he was afraid of death and thought of writing to Velumat. On the 5th day, he received me with a beautiful smile. He asked me, how do you like this place? I was astonished to hear his happy voice. I asked in a casual manner, Maharaj, what happened to you these past few days? He replied, will you believe me if I told you? Of course, I replied. Then he said, when I knew that I am suffering from TB, I was worried about you. How foolish I was. I never thought about your health. We were in the same closed room and you drank Horlicks from the same cup. If you get TB, I won't have peace even after my death. You are very young. So I called mother incessantly, Ma, I don't have anyone. If I have at least a little bhakti, grant me a boon. Yesterday mother came and asked, now what do you want? I told her, I'm going to die soon, but this boy must not die of this disease. Mother replied, let it be so. Contemplating the spiritual richness of these noble souls bestows a profound sense of vigor and encouragement upon our spiritual path. May we be blessed to remember them repeatedly, finding ever renewed joy in their memory. Rishyami cha muhurmuhu, Rishyami cha punah punah. Signed by Swami Sridharananda, General Secretary, 22nd December 2025. respectful Shashtanga pranams to Thakur, Ma and Swamiji. My respectful pranams to Matajis. My respectful pranams to all the senior Swamis, Swami Atmishanandaji, Swami Chandrasekharanandaji and Swami Atmishanandaji. And my loving namaskars to all the other Swamis and Brahmacharis. And my loving namaskars to you, the devotees who are present here for this memorable occasion. This occasion, just to reminiscence of the life of Swami Sridharananda, to define his life in one sentence, I think which you all will agree, that he was a heart poured out. I will recount an incident at the very initial days of my monastic life. I was a brahmachari in Lucknow. I joined there. I was under the tutelage of Swami Sridharananda there. He was the secretary of the Lucknow center then. And for some work I had to go to Bangalore. And I was there for a few days in our Alsur center. And I never knew Sridharananda also was planning to come to Bangalore, and it coincided with the date when I was there. And not only that, on the date of return, when we found that the date of return is the same day we are returning, we never knew. And it is in the same train. But his was in the second class AC, and my ticket was in the 3-tier, that is in Indian, this 3-tier compartment. So he said that as we are going together, let's change the ticket. Let me upgrade your ticket so that we can go together. I insisted, Maharaj, why to spend so much of money? Let it be as it is. Swamiji said, as you wish. Now, as we were traveling, it coincidentally, the date was the day just before the demolition of the Babri Masjid. And I never expected, and I never seen such a huge crowd in the railway stations. They were waiting to board the train, and they were the all Kar Sevaks. What was the plan? It was not known to me. These Kar Sevaks, they started boarding the train, and in huge numbers, they had no reservation. They just entered the reserved compartment, the 3-tier compartment, and they just took all the seats, even the berths. And now I anticipated that most probably tonight I have to sleep the entire night. There is no question of sleeping because so many have boarded. And suddenly I heard from the window someone is calling in my pre-monastic name, because then I was not a Swami, I was just a brahmachari. Devashish. I was taken aback. He was calling me. I saw Sridharananda standing there. He said, immediately come down. I got down with my luggage. I had 2 bags. He snatched one bag from me and said, Maharaj, no, I can carry. He said, don't waste time. The train will leave. Come along with me. He took me to the 2nd class AC. On-board reservation he did there itself, paying extra money. And the entire journey ensured that I can have a nice sleep, and my security is ensured. I will in no way get disturbed by the huge crowd that has boarded the train on that day. So just see, as just a young Swami, as just a brahmachari, that he goes beyond the expectation. In our life, the biggest problem is we expect so much, and our general complaint is we don't get the love. Our expectation is higher. Even for our near and dear ones, we find that we complain, we don't get love. And for Sridharananda, you will find, you all will agree, that even beyond your expectation, he is there waiting you to shower his love, to pour his love. He was a heart poured out. But this was a special occasion. And Swami Vivekananda used to say that even a coward can become brave on some special occasion. The greatness of a man lies in the small acts he does qualitatively in his day-to-day, everyday life. How he is doing his small acts. Just to say that Sri Ramakrishna was very particular about this. He was a man of samadhi. But when anyone is to come to Dakshineshwar, first he will ask, that I want to have some instructions from you, spiritual instructions, first he will go out of the room and observe how he has kept his shoes, his umbrellas. If he finds that they are all scattered out, he will come and say, Mother, Rani Rashmani has built a nice temple garden, please go and have a look at the temple garden. He will never instruct. Because for him, the one who doesn't do all the small acts in your day-to-day life meticulously, perfectly, that speaks of a very scattered mind. You can never be spiritually evolved with that scattered mind. So you will never instruct. So this is the tradition which we are having from Sri Ramakrishna. Even in the life of Virajananda, if you listen to the reminiscences of Swami Virajananda, as has been delivered by Swami Sridharananda, it's available in YouTube, there you will find this is the main theme of his entire association with Virajananda. That for each and every word, he would always enter that it is done perfectly, it is done as with a sense of offering, and in his day-to-day life, that became something in nature of Swami Sridharananda. You all have observed, when he used to come for delivering the talk, first the way he will do the pranam, you have observed. He will take his time to do the pranam calm. He will take down his angavastra, fold it. He will take his time. He will take his time. So nicely, not a single day he has missed. He will fold his uttariyam, keep the books, keep the specs, and then the flow will come. That as if he is reading, there was a wonderful capacity of Sridharananda, the way he used to speak. And all were enthralled, you know that. So this meticulous way he was just doing the things. When he used to have food, we were having food, he will be sitting with us in the first batch and he will continue in the second batch with the mothers to give them company who have served us in the first batch. And he was very a slow eater. And when we used to point out, he would say a very nice thing. That my mother used to say. What his mother used to say? That the stomach doesn't have any teeth. The stomach doesn't have any teeth. So you have to chew the food. Everything speaks of that mindfulness. That how mindful, not only mindful, as a devotee of Ramakrishna Holy Mother, each and every act actually spoke of an offering. As in his lectures, again and again he said that you can never give God a second-hand thing. It has to be the best. And each and every act was an offering to the divine. And that he did mindfully, meticulously. If you go to Lucknow, if you find the sense of aesthetics, all the marble stones with which he covered the entire temple, he himself will stand and make it sure that the shades of the marble should be aligned in such a way that it itself will form a wonderful design. How perfect, meticulously, perfectly he would stand and just do that. Here, our Swami Chandrasekharananda is there to witness that. He has also witnessed that thing. How the hours he used to take. You know that there one Narayan Babu was there. That as Swamiji was so perfect, and it sometimes became quite, challenging for those who were with him, helping him. So Narayan was our carpenter. So he used to say that I will go to hell. I will go to hell. I said, why? Because he says, after Sridharananda is an illumined soul, he will go to heaven, and now I don't want to be with him. So that much exactly, very exactly. But one thing is there. Narayan wants to be with Sridharananda in heaven. He has postponed it after death, not at present. And at present becomes eternal for all of us. We also know that when Sridharananda is so perfect in his all his assignments, we feel, oh, when shall I get rid of him? And then that time becomes future, which never comes. And the present, his association becomes something eternal. His association with him is such a person, is an eternal present. He had a tremendous Dhi-Shakti, the power to retain the knowledge. It is a tremendous power. He was fortunate enough to studied the scriptures under one of the realized soul, not only a scholar, he was a realized soul, Swami Jagadanandaji Maharaj. And he himself became an erudite scholar, which we all have the proof of that. He was an erudite scholar. But one thing very important, with all that knowledge, he always followed one of the instructions of Swami Madhavanandaji. He used to repeat it again and again. Swami Madhavanandaji used to say that we are here not to cater to the taste of the people, but to create a taste for something sublime. Wonderful thing. You will find in Sridharananda's lectures, never he used to cut some jokes, no cheap jokes, nothing to become popular. It was always kept in a very sublime, high tone. And he created, through that he has actually proved through his life that he has followed meticulously the instructions of Swami Madhavananda by keeping the tone of his instructions very sublime, very high. He never toned it down. So that's a wonderful instruction. We are here to cater to the taste of the people, not to create taste for something sublime. You will be amazed to know, he lost the capacity of writing. In 1992, he met a severe road accident, and he was fortunate enough that he lived on. It was a very, very serious accident. He has had a severe head injury, and there was a multiple fracture on his right hand. Now it was healed, but he lost the capacity to write. And just being the head of the center, he has to sign. He has to be signatory of the bank documents, of so many other documents. So he somehow learned to sign in his left hand. That was the only thing he was doing. Left hand he was signing from 1992. Now we have started giving classes, taking classes. Just we cannot imagine that taking classes without preparing. Some notes we have, some reference we have. And we find that from 1992 onwards, he is giving these classes, never a single note. Everything was structured here, formatted here. Just, it is almost those who deliver talks, they will understand just what a tremendous capacity it needs. Just everything to format in the mind, and that also his lectures comes in flow. So that was a tremendous Dhi Shakti which he had, and I will not take much time. You all are here as a proof to the fact that he had a tremendous heart that we was saying at the very beginning for Atithi Narayan Seva. Here for him, it's our tradition. From Baburam Maharaj, from our Swami Premanandaji, this tradition comes. Baburam Maharaj will never take food unless all have taken food. All the devotees have taken food. Will ensure. We find that in the life of Sridharanandaji. Have you noticed that on all the festival days, he was sitting there, taking all your pranams? Have you ever seen him taking food? No. Never. He ensured that all will have the prasadam, and then at last he is there to take the prasadam. All should have it. Even in his advanced age, at the age of 80, we find that any devotee coming from interstate, from overseas, he is like an enthusiastic child. He will go to receive them. He will go to receive them, he will go to drop them off. It was something, a regular feature for Swami Sridharananda. And when he was having his food, as I told, he was sitting in the first batch, he will continue to the second batch, not only because he was a slow eater. He ensured that all the Matajis who are serving us, that they also had food properly. He will ensure that, and then only he will get up. So we see these things. These are the traditions of the Ramakrishna order, that if you really see the Shiva in the Jiva, you see God in each and every being, it should find expression through your action. If anyone says, I love flower, but never waters the plant, he doesn't love flower. So that's the thing which we find, that he is watering the plant, nurturing it in such a wonderful way. And in his life, a wonderful thing, have you ever seen him getting angry? It's very difficult. You may say, yes, I have seen. In Lucknow, we used to say, we found out That his anger, we named it, it is called Om Narayani Namostute. You know why? When we sing this Sarvamangala Mangalyam, you will find that last, there's 4 times we chant Om Narayani Namostute. The chant starts in a very low tone, it goes to the high pitch, and then it comes down. In Lucknow, we found whenever we were, what you say, that in a situation that we have to get scolding. We used to say, once he asked us actually, when some have japa very effective japa in the morning, some have effective japa in the evening. When you have, I told frankly, when you call me, that's the time that is the most incessant japa goes on. So when he calls, it's a very interesting thing. You will find actually the expression of that we feel awkwardly, this is anger, but that also is formatted. It will start at a low tone, go to the high pitch, and again calm down. At last it will slow down. Actually, it was not out of anger. He knew how to imprint certain ideas in your mind, and that was the thing he was doing. And here, you will find that even that was not visible. He was a loving father. That's always, in all situations, he was so calm. You know, from where the calmness came? He served Swami Sridharananda. He served Swami Sridharananda, and Sridharananda was an adept in something called a practice called japa. The japa goes on spontaneously. You don't have to do formally the practice. You don't have to do. It goes that he has become so adept in it. It's spontaneously. In the words of Ramakrishna, it is just like toothache. When it is there, you never forget. You know that whatever you will be doing, you always feel that toothache. Someone asked that after going to this Mahesh Yogi's transcendental meditation, someone asked our elderly Swami, Swami, have you heard of transcendental meditation? And the Swami was very jovial. He said, no, I don't know what transcendental meditation is, but I know dental meditation. So that Ajahava is like dental meditation. It's constantly going on. And Sridharananda again and again indicated that. So many times. Sridharananda in his last advanced age, he developed this spontaneous hiccups, unceasing. And what he did, he converted that painful experience into a blissful experience by chanting the name of the Lord, by doing the japa for each and every hiccup. That was his practice. And in Sridharananda's life we find that's the thing in which he became adept. Whatever he is doing, incessant japa was going on. He has indicated many times. And that's the thing he always told us, you also have to develop this practice. And that actually speaks of his calm demeanor. Nothing could disturb him. In all the situations we find so calm, nothing disturbs him. So, and that's not only that, whoever was in his presence, they felt it. It's like induction. You also feel that calmness in his presence. And many just went to him in his presence just to be calm. I know that maybe sometimes not to talk, just to be in his presence, to feel that induced calmness. So I won't take much time, I think, because there are so many speakers today. The last thing I will just say that throughout the life, so many experiences we will be hearing today from all of you. But the last moments, I was fortunate enough to be there at the last moments. I came here on the 8th December night. That day I couldn't read because it was beyond the visiting hours. The next day, the 9th December, when I went, he was still talking. You can say he was whispering. He couldn't talk loud. So when I went to do my pranams, I went near. What he told was something interesting. He told, "Amar bhoy hocche," I was just in Bengali, "Je mayer tithi pujo din na kichu hoye jay." That I am a bit worried that nothing should happen on the Holy Mother's birthday. Just see, he is already aware. In Yoga Sutra there is a thing called Arishta. Arishta is very interesting. Arishta means that at the time of death, you get a premonition of death. It is just, you get it, but most of us have no control over it. It's involuntary. At last we are forced, our life breath is forced out of us. But the illuminaries, as we found in the our message of Swami Sridharananda, our General Secretary. And that's the thing he is indicating. In this case of the illuminaries, it's very interesting that they can control. You will find in Maharaj the Bhishma, Swami Vivekananda. This is like Ichamritu. Ichamritu doesn't mean that I will die whenever I wish. No. The premonition has death has came. Now I choose when to die. It has came. The premonition of death has already came. And he is choosing. He is asking on the holy that he mentioned that. And after that we find on the Holy Mother's birthday, all those who were attending on him, he was again and again asking, is the puja done properly? They gave the home tika to him, he was satisfied. In the evening also he asked whether the aratrikam has went on properly, and he was at last ensured that yes, everything has went on well. And for the very next day, he withdrew himself. We were just trying to converse with him, no response. Just Dhanyanandaji kept the photo of Thakur Swamiji, and we found that he was really, actually, he had a bias, I would say, for Holy Mother. His face tilted towards Holy Mother. Just without any, his eyes, lids were not falling, looking at Holy Mother, and constantly he was saying something. I thought he's repeating the mother's name, but our Dhanyanandaji, Harsha wrote something interesting. And actually he's conversing with Holy Mother. We have to ask him what he's conversing when he comes back. But yeah, we are not fortunate enough. And just see how peacefully, calmly he decided, and he left his body on the 13th early, that the early hours, 12:37 a.m. So, just his death reminds me of Swamiji's poem, My Play is Done. My play is done. So that there is a line of this Amba Stotra, the last line of Amba Stotra written by Swamiji. Samba Shiva Mama Gati Safale Faleva. So we come here, we play. And Sridharanandaji's play was very intense. It's not like ours. We think for security zone, but he was always having high, big dreams, big visions. I heard him quite a few times just mentioning that thing. That I am an incorrigible optimist. I was an incorrigible optimist, yes. He was an incorrigible optimist. He played the game very well. He won. There were of course setbacks. In our life, setbacks would be there. But at the last moment, he was aware of the fact, after all, it was a game. He came from the mother, but whether we win, whether we lose, we go back to mother. Samba Shiva Mama Gati Safale Faleva. But he is not there to enjoy the mother's company, as Atmashandaji also indicated, who is looking from there. In the words of Swamiji, I believe that it reminds me of the Swamiji's own words, it may be that I shall find it good to get outside my body, to cast it off like disused garment, but I shall not cease to work. I shall inspire men everywhere until they know that they are one with all. Thank you.
I now request Swami Bhadrakrishnanandaji from the Ramakrishna Mission, Fiji, to talk about his reminiscences.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramakrishnaaya. Revered Swami Adikeshanji Maharaj, Revered Swami Chandrasekharanji Maharaj, Revered Rajika Gayatri Pranam Mataji, my pranams, sisters, brother monks, and brahmacharis, dear devotees, my loving namaskars to all of you. In fact, I would say I was not fortunate enough to have got the opportunity to come here and meet Maharajji. You know how difficult the visa procedures are. So I was trying to get a visa but wasn't granted, and so I really consider myself to be less fortunate. But not absolutely. I had the opportunity to meet Swamiji on several occasions when he used to come from here to Mumbai. I was in Mumbai at that time, and even at Lucknow. But to start with, I would like to just say one thing what Swamiji had said. Swami Vivekananda said that if someone wants to know what this Vivekananda has done, there has to be another Vivekananda. Only a Vivekananda will be able to understand what Vivekananda has done. Similarly, only someone like Revered Swami Sridharananda Maharaj would be able to really understand what he has done. Such deep was his life. I remember when we went to Lucknow, everyone was just marveled at the beautiful temple that he built for Sri Ramakrishna. The temple work was going on for a long time, and we were all waiting to see it's going to be something marvelous, everyone was saying. And Swamiji did not go anywhere to raise funds, there was no fundraising. Just see his capacity, he bought one marble mine in Rajasthan. And from there, he got all the marble that he wanted to build a temple, as well as he sold quite a bit of it to fund the construction. So, such a brilliant brain. But when someone meets him, he was a charismatic person. Such a charismatic person, he'll mesmerize. Anyone who meets him will be just mesmerized. And that's what really happened to all of us. We were just mesmerized. And when he spoke, just honey flowing through his tongue, as if Mother Saraswati is there dancing on his tongue. So sweet were his words. We just mesmerized. When I was at Gilurmat when we had joined, I was with Swami Atmasananji Maharaj, even Swami Atmashanji also was there. So he would always tell us, you know what, if you want to really know a sadhu, how the sadhu is, of the Ramakrishna order, then you must see his life. And how we can't really measure, but see how he has molded himself in the caste of Sri Ramakrishna. We did not have the fortune to have seen Sri Ramakrishna and Holy Mother, Swamiji, but we have seen these great souls like Revered Swami Sridharananda Maharaj, who not only had cast their own lives in the mold of Sri Ramakrishna, but they themselves became a mold for others to cast their lives. Yesterday I was asking Brahmachari Devapriya, Daniel Maharaj, that you have got so many of the emblems of the Ramakrishna mission. Do you have a caste? He said, no. Swami Dhanyananji has got many, and we see one time we just spray them with the color and we mount them. Then what came to me? That there is a living caste here in the form of Sri Ramakrishna, in the form of Srimad Swami Sridharananda Maharaj, who himself has become a caste after the Ramakrishna mission. So all of us can mold our lives in that caste. And how is that caste? You see, he was bhakti to the highest level. It's evident from his devotion not only to the Holy Mother, but the way he dedicated himself to build the shrine, the temple for Sri Ramakrishna at Lucknow and later on here. He was jnana at his highest. You all have heard his lectures, his books. Such a erudite scholar. And karma, nobody can, compete with him in action. See the polyclinic that he built in Lucknow. Even today, so many hundreds and thousands of people have benefited from that. The vision that he had, Vidin Kaka is there. He was there with Swamiji, helping him in all that work at the polyclinic. And about yoga, he was a yogi himself. As you heard Swami Sridharananda talk about his ajapa, constant remembrance of about constantly the mantra pulsating with his breath. So such was a charismatic personality. And he chose to be with you. It was by his choice that he came to Australia. He was offered Germany and Australia. And Swamiji said that look, if I go to Germany, I won't be able to start Guru Maharaj's work right away. I'll have to learn the language, it will take some time. But if I go to Australia, I'll be able to work right away. And that's what happened. He chose to be here. He chose to come here for your sake. And you just see the lives that he has touched. So we are tremendously fortunate to have seen such a life come in a close contact with him. All of you who have received his blessings are so fortunate. As Swami Sridharananda was saying, he had a special soft corner for the Holy Mother because he was Holy Mother's grand disciple. Swami Virajanji's Guru was Holy Mother herself. So he was Swami, the Holy Mother's grand disciples. And you who are his disciples are the great grand disciples of the Holy Mother. That's how the channel flows. That's Swami Agneshan said, that the channel that he is flowing. Yes. He has opened up this wider channel for all of us to reach that divine from which is the source of this whole universe. So on this occasion, I would offer my pranams to Swamiji and I request you to join me in committing ourselves, dedicating ourselves to be the mission of his vision. He was such a grand visionary. He had a vision, we have heard about the university, there's so many things. The sankalpams or the wishes of the great souls always will be true. They will be actualized. Swami Vivekananda wanted to have a university at Belur. It took more than 100 years to actualize that. So let us all dedicate ourselves to his mission, to the vision that Revered Maharaj had. Namaste.
Thank you, Swami Padrishanandaji. I would now request Swami Dhanyananda to speak. He was the shadow of Swami Sridharananda for a long time, and he will read out from Swamiji's life as well as his reminiscences could be spoken out.
जननीं शारदां देवीं रामकृष्णं जगद्गुरुं पादपद्मे तयो श्रित्वा प्रणमामि मुहुर्मुहुः. My Sashtanga pranams to all the Matajis, to all the revered Swamijis present over here, and my namaskars to all the devotees and friends. I will not take a long time. I will try to finish in 5 to 10 minutes. Swamiji, as we know, as Swami Sridharananda has also spoken, he was an erudite scholar. And when he was serving Swami Virajanandaji in Belur Math, Virajanandaji himself asked our Swamiji to go to Swami Gambhiranandaji. Swami Gambhiranandaji was another stalwart of our order and was a wonderful scholar. And with him, he learned the Mundaka Upanishad. And that Mundaka Upanishad has been one of his favorite Upanishads. And in that Upanishad, there is a mention of a realized soul, a knower of Brahman, but not just a knower of Brahman, but a superior knower of Brahman. Brahmavidam Varishtha. And Swamiji used to talk about this quite often, and he used to say, I used to think very deeply. Because you see, a person who knows Brahman, who has realized Brahman, Brahmavit Brahmaiva Bhavati, the ones who have realized Brahman become Brahman themselves. So where is this question of Varishtata? Where is this question of superiority? This superiority, he discussed this with Swami Gambhiranandaji, and Swami Gambhiranandaji also appreciated this thought very much. This superiority is in the manifestation in this world. And to explain this, Swamiji used to give the example of 3 monks who used to come to one village. And one of them, all 3 of them were knowers of Brahman. All 3 of them were Brahmagyanis. But one of them was completely indrawn, completely within himself, indifferent to the things of this world. The other one had a little compassion and used to interact with the people in the village. But the third one had intense compassion, and he was deeply involved with the interests of all the people in the village. And he was very dear to each and every person in that village. See, all of them were knowers of Brahman, but the manifestation of that knowledge of Brahman in this world, and how this world benefits from that knowledge, is what makes the person Brahmavit, Brahma Variyan and Brahma Varishta. So how does one become Brahma Varishta? How does one attain that state? And that also Swamiji used to say, Yan sadhan tan siddhi. The way you practice, your realization will be in that same manner. I think that Swamiji, because he learned this Mundaka Upanishad right in the days of his brahmacharya, he has taken up this mode of practice, where he would interact with everyone with very great compassion, sincerity, and tremendous dedication and service to all the monks. When he was serving Swami Virajanandaji, when he was serving Swami Shantanandaji, and many other monks he has served, that one quality was always there: intense love, intense dedication, and very meticulous way of service. Swami Shankaranandaji at that time was the vice president of the order, and he noticed this trait in Swamiji, where he manifested this sweetness, he manifested intense love, and he really appreciated it. So during his brahmacharya ceremony, that time Swami Virajanandaji had passed away, and Swami Shankaranandaji was our president. And President Maharaj generally gives out the names. So after the Brahmacharya ceremony, when they all went to Swami Shankaranandaji's room, Swami Shankaranandaji called out all brahmacharis one by one, but with our Swamiji, he called him last. And he was thinking, what happened? Why is he called me last? And then he said, look, I called you last because I have chosen a very special name for you. And he says, I will give you the name of Sri Chaitanya. You see, he said, at the same time he said, I know that this name, you will be teased a lot because Sri Chaitanya, is Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So, but he says, even though you may be teased a lot, what I have noticed in you is that you have this Shri and don't lose it. This Shri, the Shri means this compassionate and very sweet manifestation of service, of interaction with the world. This sweetness. After his brahmacharya, there were many unfortunate incidents in his life, and because of which, although he was not at any fault, his sannyas was delayed for 2 years. And of course, because his sannyas was delayed, he was quite upset. He was not happy. But then after 2 years, everything cleared. And they found that Swamiji had done nothing wrong, and there's a big incident behind that. But because of time. So, Swami Shankaranandaji was still the president. And Swami Shankaranandaji again asked him to come for his sannyasa. During his sannyasa ceremony also, after everything was done, then the naming ceremony came. And Shankaranandaji did not call him till the very last. And Swamiji said, I was thinking, everybody has been cursing me. Is Swamiji also annoyed with me? He's not calling me out. He's not giving me my name in the order. And then again, Shankaranandaji called him at the last and said, look, I have called you last because again, I have a very special name for you. The name I am going to give you is Sridharananda. I am giving you this name so that you never let go of the Shri. And we have seen in his life, whoever he came in touch with, he manifested this Shri, this intense sweetness. And everybody, each and every one of us, was touched by it. He never let go of that Shri. Even in his last days, even on the very last day, when he was on the hospital bed, hardly able to talk, he was not even able to pronounce each and every word individually. He was just talking in sign language and somehow trying to say something. And Swami Manyanandaji had finished the puja in the morning and he had come to the hospital with the Homa Tika and the Charanamrita. So when we went to offer him Charanamrita, he was nil by mouth, so just a little bit of a couple of drops of Charanamrita. And he said, wait. Then he asked me, have you had it? In sign language. With great difficulty, it was not, just asking like that. With great difficulty, it was one by one word. He was trying to, have you had it? He said, yes, Maharaj, I had. Then he asked, have you had your prasad? That was another 2 to 3 minutes just to ask that question. He said, yes, Maharaj, I have had. Then, one by one, everyone at the ashram, with the name, yes, as she had it, as he had it, each and every person he inquired. Then he inquired, have all the devotees have received the prasad? Have all the devotees had Charanamrita? Yes, Maharaj. Everybody has had. Okay, now you give me these 2 drops of Charanamrita. You see, that intense compassion, intense love for all of us, it manifested even on the last day of his life. So, with these few words, I will pray to him to shower his blessings on us, to make our spiritual journey full of Shri, full of sweetness and full of success. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Shri Ram Krishna Arpanamastu.
We have a long list of devotees who will be sharing their memories. There is some space where you can even sit. If somebody would like to come and sit in the front, please feel free to come and sit in the front. I would request Vandana Sarathi and Dr. Rajiv Ramakrishna to come and speak about Swamiji. As all of us are aware of, the Ramakrishna family were the ones who first hosted Swami Sridharananda at their home, and the center took up from there onwards. Thank you.
Namaste everyone. Respected Swamijis, respected Matajis, Brahmacharis and fellow devotees. Well, it's an honor and a privilege to be here to pay tribute and remember our beloved Swami Sridharananda Maharaj. We've been associated with the Ramakrishna mission since our birth, in fact, and the Vedanta movement in Sydney since '75. When we first came to this country with our young children, with our parents. And my parents, of course, they were devoted to the Holy Trinity of Guru Maharaj, Ma Sharada Devi, and Swami Vivekananda. And of course, we have so many memories of Swami Sridharananda ji, his endless love and his endless compassion and so forth. And as Swamiji himself said, he gave us lots of reasons to rejoice. And I'm sure we'll be hearing a lot more about that. I'll just ask my brother to say a few words.
Thank you for the opportunity to share our special moments with Swamiji. Just a brief summary of our history. Many of you may know that the Vedanta movement started in Australia back in 1897 when a Mrs. Elsie Pickett, who was inspired by Swami Shivanandaji, was a direct disciple of Swami Vivekananda. So she came in touch with him and somehow she started a small movement and lit the candle in Adelaide many years ago. And Mr. Jim Wales in the 1920s and 30s kept that little light going, and he also spent some time as a monk at Revered. Many of you know, also met Swami Ranganathanandaji, who inspired a generation of spiritual aspirants in the 1950s and 60s and 70s. And he made multiple trips to Australia during that time. And Mrs. Wilma Spencer was highly instrumental in organizing his inspiring and highly intellectual talks. Of course, in 1975, as Vandana mentioned, our parents, Kanaka and Ramakrishna, moved to Sydney with us. My mother has been associated with the Ramakrishna mission since her teenage years, and she was initiated at the age of 19 by Swami Sridharananda. In fact, she wanted to join the Sharda Math as a nun. And Guru Maharaj had different plans, and he introduced her to a different Ramakrishna, which is my father. My parents continued their spiritual journey together, and they were informed by Revered when we first came here that Swami Ranganathanandaji has been involved in many activities and talks. And somehow they came in touch with Mrs. Wilma Spencer, and they forged a very strong and a formidable partnership. Over the next 25 years, they worked tirelessly, and our parents hosted multiple talks and satsangs, and had organized our Swamis to stay with them. And we were very fortunate to have Swami Damodaranandaji, who was head of the PG Center back then. And many of you have met him and felt his spiritual love. He personified spiritual love and exuded happiness, and he was quite instrumental in energizing the Vedanta movement in Sydney. Many of you have interacted with him and felt his love very deeply. And Swami Damodaranandaji used to undertake annual circuits around Australia in the 80s and 90s, from Brisbane to Perth, and spreading the message of Sri Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda. We eagerly awaited his visits, and our parents would spend months carefully organizing his schedule and ensuring that everyone was involved. He was truly a spiritual child of Sri Ramakrishna and Holy Mother. In 1982, we were able to, with the blessings of Swami Ranganathanandaji and Damodaranandaji, start the Sharda Math. And in 1984, we were able to get the Vedanta Center of Sydney registered. But in 1993, Swami Damodaranandaji brought with him a traveling companion. His name was Swami Sridharananda. That was the defining moment and a game changer for all of us and for all of Sydney and Australia. From that moment when Swamiji came to Sydney, when anyone heard him speak or in touch with him in any manner, instantly fell in love with him, and the deep knowledge of his scripture, the eloquent speeches of Swamiji, and the charming personality were quite irresistible. And all of us just couldn't get enough of him. So we were instantly drawn to Swamiji. We knew that he was the chosen one to establish and expand the work of the Vedanta centers in Australia. Swamiji exceeded everyone's expectations time and time again. Our family became very close to Swamiji, and we were very fortunate to spend a lot of time with him when he stayed with us during that visit. In 1994, Swamiji asked Vandana and her kids and myself to visit Lucknow Ashram. As you have heard from the other Swamis, it was quite surreal for us, and we were so fortunate to be spoiled by him and with his love and affection. Such an intellectual giant and a spiritual giant, and it was a very humbling experience for us, because he took so much of time and showed so much of love, and like all of you, he came to the railway station to pick us up and drop us off, all this sort of stuff. So we were totally humbled, and we were just, such a deep and meaningful experience for us, just being with him. While we were sitting in Lucknow in a restaurant before we left, I instantly asked him, Swamiji, why can't you come to Sydney and start our ashram and take it to the next level? He has got a beautiful laughter. He laughed and laughed. And then he basically said, I'm a busy man. He said, I know Swamiji you are, but you've got a big ashram and monastery and hospitals to run and schools to run. And then in the end he said, it's all go to Maharaj's will. If it's meant to happen, it will happen. So over the years we tried to get him, at least if he can't be here, we can get him as a speaker once a year. Swami Damodaranandaji also tried, and again in 1997, with all our insistence, he was able to make another trip. This time Swamiji took the whole thing to a different level. I've never seen the depth and the spiritual tapasya and his knowledge, and it was an unbelievable experience for all of us. All Sydney Sardis went head over heels and wanted Swamiji to take over this wonderful movement which has gathered such a huge momentum. With our insistence and God's will, we made multiple attempts with the Revered, and eventually our wishes were granted. In October 2000, our prayers were answered, and Swamiji was able to come to Sydney as a permanent Swami. As I say, the rest is history. We've all been enjoying his hard work for the last 25 years, tireless, and he's been able to establish multiple centers around Australia and such a huge multi-dimensional ashram that we're all enjoying. I was fortunate enough to be his Sarathi as a driver when we first came in. And spent a lot of time with him, talking to him, and again, he's such a loving and kind-hearted Swami that a novice like me, and he could relate to anybody at the highest, their spiritual growth to the lowest. So I was at the lowest. So he was able to teach me things, to discuss things, and one of the first things he told me, still stick in my mind, as all the Swamis have been saying. Well, the first thing he said to me was, I'm not here to cater for your taste, but I'm here to create a taste of spirituality. And that taste he has created for many generations, and also many generations to come. And he's inspired us all to become better specimens of human beings. So, the secret of his teachings lay in his ability to make his listeners feel that they understood the scriptures as deeply as he did. He rarely allowed his own tapasya or scholarship to be visible. His spiritual discipline and learning were meant to make the profound truths of the scriptures accessible, not to burden students with the intensity of the preparation required, but to make it all effortless. He insisted that we take his message deeply within ourselves, to live it, to practice it, and to strive first to become decent human beings before aspiring to be realized souls. The best way to remember Swamiji is to revisit his discourses within our own minds, to reflect on what we have put into practice, and what still remains to be done. While we may no longer have the physical presence of our loving Swamiji, we still have his inspiration and the responsibility for our own sincere efforts. So we're hoping that we will continue Swamiji's hard work and remember not only he is remembered not only expanding all of the centers around Australia and inspiring us to make sustained and intense efforts to carry on his legacy his legacy forward for decades to come. So with these few words, I would like to thank all of you and Swamiji's and for the opportunity, and also most importantly, humble, love and sincere. The Swamiji has given us so much love and affection over the years, and that cannot be put it in simple words. And we are all very touched and humbled by the whole experience.
Thank you for this opportunity, Swamiji, and we will always hold you in our hearts, and that has been an incredible blessings in our lives, and that will continue. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv Ramakrishna and Vandana Sarthi. We have been honored by the visit of the High Commissioner for India, Sri Gopal Bagli, and we would request him to say a few words about Swami Sridharananda.
Namaste. Swami Ji is not here with us today, and it's with a very heavy heart that I come here today to pay my respects to the departed soul and to join all of you, the Swamis and the devotees, our brothers and sisters here at the Vedanta Center in Sydney, where I had the great privilege to meet Swamiji last year for the first time, when I came here for the first time, and about 4 months ago, in August, perhaps exactly 4 months ago. And at that time we talked with him about the center, the Ayurveda facility which is coming up, and what needs to be done for that. And we spoke about the celebration of a century. As Swamiji was telling me on way to this hall, just a few days short of the century, Thakur's wish to see him back, and he is not with us now in his physical form. So, as the Bhagavad Gita tells us, Nanam Chindran Shastrani, Nanam Dehati Pavaka, Nanam Ledyan Diyako, Nanam Shoshani Bhakta. The soul, the core and the real form of our being, is eternal. It is immutable, it is indestructible. And Swamiji, what he has done, not only in his deeds, but through his very compassionate and kind presence, I actually feel his presence here. So forgive me if I appear a little more emotional than High Commissioner would normally appear to me. It is also because there is a connection that I came to know much later when I met Swamiji. Going back to my hometown and his long years in Lucknow, where he established the new premises of the Ramakrishna Mission in Nirala. That's a place which was very close by to the Lucknow University where I was a student. And I remember visiting that facility very often, and even more often passing by on way to other places, including to the Vivekananda Hospital, which is not very far away, Vivekananda Polyclinic as it is called, not very far away from Nirala. That mission, those premises were brought up in the 1980s. And thereafter, Swamiji moved here. The devotion to the teachings of Thakur and Shardama and the work of Swami Vivekananda and other disciples has since grown in leaps and bounds. Your presence here to pay homage to Swamiji is a testament to that. But as I said, not only we pay homage today, in a sense we grieve his demise also. Because to all of us, he was like father figure, even more than that. Very compassionate, very kind. I remember last year when I suffered a personal loss, I reached out to Swamiji and I wanted to go to Dakshineshwar to pray in the hut or near the hut where Thakur had lived and prayed. And when I came back and met Swamiji, after all the conversation about the center and everything else, when we got up and were about to leave the room, I'll never forget that moment. He grabbed my hand in a very compassionate way, very kind, and looked into my eyes, smiled and said, "Have you reconciled?" It is only great masters who come straight to the point. because it's their divine connection with the channel, and through that, the blessings and the guidance comes to us. So you all are perhaps in many ways more fortunate than I am, because many of you would have had the occasion to be in the great divine presence of Swamiji and directly benefit from his blessings and teachings and his compassionate guidance. But what strikes out for me also, not just as a person but as a High Commissioner, is that his zeal, his motivation, his enthusiasm and his clarity about the mission that he had. That it's not a coincidence that what Thakur blessed and what Swami Vivekananda and the brother disciples established is called the Ramakrishna mission. So his zeal and enthusiasm for that mission was so sharp, so intense, that like a great flow of river, it took everything along. And we all just followed it. I remember the first time when I came here, he briefed me, other Swamiji briefed me also about the great work of education, of healing, yoga, meditation, teaching is being done. And through various difficulties and stages, this work has progressed. So I just joined you today to say that as a person, it's a great loss, but also his life and his ideas, his deeds is what we celebrate, and we rededicate ourselves to working for those ideas, for those missions, for those objectives which Swamiji worked tirelessly. And as the High Commissioner, it's been a great privilege for me also to see the center work tirelessly for translating those values into results, into action. But as I said, today is a special day, not just to pay homage, but also to take inspiration, to rededicate. And to grieve a little, because although again as Bhagavad Gita says, Jatasi dhruva mrityu dhruva janmritasya. But still we all are humans. And when we miss the blessings, the bharat of great souls like Swamiji, it is natural that we will feel grief. So I joined you today just to pay my homage and express my grief, and I thank him and thank Thakur and the divinity for blessing me with his presence for whatever time it was possible for me to be in his physical presence. And I'm sure that in his natural form he will continue to guide the center, guide the mission, the lives, and bestow his blessings on all of you. Moksha.
Thank you, Dr. Gopal Bagli, the High Commissioner of India. I would now invite Mr. Paul Nothord, the Honorary Secretary of the Vedanta Central City, to come and share a few thoughts.
Revered monks and devotees. So can you hear me there? Yes. I first met Swamiji just overnight. First met Swamiji just over 19 years ago. It came when Swami Sridharananda, his brother disciple, was here. But what struck me was the humility and the accessibility of the Swamis. And there was no pretense, there was no obvious hierarchy. He was so welcoming and so open. I had the pleasure and the honour of driving him to a number of places. We would talk one-on-one. I only realised now just how important that was. he said early on to me, we were speaking about spirituality generally, and he said, in the Ramakrishna mission, we mean business. Very clear. One time I came along, had been in a rather agitated state of mind, and he looked at me with a smile and said, this is about mind management. Okay, it is very practical. He was very clear and very incisive with that. Yet he could instruct without being harsh. He was, among so many things, when he gave his talks on Sundays, he would come in, he was an elderly man. He was fairly quiet to begin with, but once he began speaking, the teaching would come through him. His love and energy would just enliven him, and he became 30 years younger. He could talk about any aspect of the teaching, any quote from the Gita. It would circle around and come down to the practicality of it. It was always so practical. He said to me that if I could help one soul on the way, then it will have been worthwhile. And Swamiji would, apart from all the talks and his movements around, I had the pleasure of driving him down to Canberra once a month. And he would give a 1 hour talk. We would leave here at 12 o'clock on the Sunday after he's having been given his talk here. He would drive down, we'd stop on the way, stop at McDonald's, he would have tea and potato wedges. There was no pretense, Swami. And he would give a 1 hour talk and finally get back here at about 11 o'clock in the evening. It was an 11-hour turnaround time for him to give a 1 hour talk to the devotees in Canberra. He was, for several years running, he would be taken over to the United States of America, where he would go from centre to centre. And although you might think it was an honour, well, I guess he would see it that way, but he once joked to me and said, look, every night's a different bed, there's different food. He said it wasn't easy for him, but he was in such demand. And I appreciated then what a blessing we had to have such a Swami here who was in demand around the world. I guess there's so much I could say, but really at the end, what has come in so strongly since he departed. I should say one other thing too. As his body became weaker, he would joke, he would put his hand around his neck and just laugh and say, nothing works from here down. But his voice in his mind was still so clear. And at the very end, he was, I remember speaking just a matter of days before he passed away, and he was again so clear and so gentle. He had said to someone, Kathy Jackson, a devotee who told me just recently, that Swami had said to her that he felt Mother was calling him home, and she knew she knew she would not see him again. What has come to me so strongly since I heard Swami passed was the need to carry his teaching forward, his example forward, and his guidance forward. And that is how we show our respect and our gratitude to our Swami.
Thanks, Paul. Could I invite Dr. Ashik Maitra to say a few words? I have a humble request to all the speakers. We know time is not infinite, so we will have to conclude soon. So please keep your remarks short, but you will have occasion to write down your reminiscences, which will be published later in Reach magazine.
Pronouns to the Lord in all of you. In this special, in the memory of our revered loving Swamiji, I take a journey into my own memory, in my own life. When I moved very close to the precipice, beyond which the sea
no space for maneuvering. Then there is the hand, pull me out. And with this very simple instruction, you come and stay with us. Over the next few hours, I had the most blissful period of getting to act as Swamiji's personal secretary, essentially handling all the personal correspondences that Swamiji had. As Swami Sridharananda just mentioned, that in the 90s, Swamiji had a severe car accident and lost all the ability to write anything, even though with the left hand he could write his signature, and I was very fond of it. It looked like a sparkling diamond to me. That's Swamiji par excellence. So, with this call, we come and stay with us with this one thing. There's no fanfare, it's straight to the point. Swamiji believed in action. Swamiji had no time for anything else. Action. One day Swamiji said, Darjeeling cha খাস খেতে পছন্দ করিস? Do you like do you appreciate drinking Darjeeling tea? I love it, Swamiji. Swamiji gets up, boils water, brews the tea with a commentary of what's the optimum condition for brewing, and then pours the tea in a cup and saucer and give it to me. That much time Swamiji had. At that stage, Swamiji's mobility wasn't much superior to what we have lately seen. But when it comes to just blank intellectualism, even on spiritual matters, a lot of you love to discuss spiritual matters in an intellectual way. When Swamiji sensed that there is some purpose lacking, no commitment, Swamiji didn't really have any time for that. Because Swamiji believed in, as we heard from Swamiji over many years, the fundamental thing that he wanted to press upon us. In Swamiji's usual alliteration and rhythmic style, Swamiji used to say something like, there is no point in space, no iota of time, where Brahman, the Lord God of the universe, is not. He is there in the heart, in the form of Purush, the strength, the determination to invest, to manifest this divinity within us, and to live with God, live in God, live for God, and that too by the grace of the God. Nothing but God in life. This is the sort of style that Swamiji used to say. That's the core message. And when it comes to the activities in the secular domain, the attitude is no different. In here, essentially, the spiritual attitude of manifesting the divinity within us and fulfilling the purpose of the human birth. It now translates to whatever you do it excellently. Swamiji used to press on this particular thing. If you are cleaning, make sure it is clean. If you are teaching, what's the point? if the people don't learn. Whatever you do it, you better do it well. That was Swamiji's old message. Now, the first time that I started taking correspondences and notes, dictation from Swamiji, I approached with quite a bit of, relaxedly, because we all give dictation and take dictation, so there's nothing unusual about that. Dictation was very important for Swamiji because Swamiji didn't have that ability to write anymore because of this accident. So with that relaxed approach, I went to Swamiji, only to be essentially intimidated by the sheer beauty of the message, of the overall message, the content, perfectly balanced in emotion and in intellect, blended with compassion and reason, and expressed in his language, which is so lucid, so freely flowing, smooth. And when all these things are spoken in Swamiji's divine voice of coolness, put them all together. It is essentially, I was frightened, I was awed, bemused, intimidated by the beauty of it. Swamiji's dictation used to be just like a divine flow in a multi-tier fountain, with various flows going on. One point or other, you just touch one flow, and you get a sense of consciousness, full sense of consciousness. Now, I think you guessed it right. The first draft that I started taking, I comprehensively messed up. It required Swamiji to dictate this to me again, which is a very rare thing for Swamiji. Swamiji, it's hardly happened that Swamiji wanted to revisit a particular draft. Otherwise, we would be clearing off so many correspondences. In fact, my recollection is up to 60 in one day. And I don't think I'm exaggerating. I'm not. Swamiji's unique thing is when Swamiji is giving me this dictation, Swamiji wanted to establish that emotional parity, that we are emotionally and emotionally attuned to Swamiji, to be an able receiver of Swamiji's message. So he will fill me in with bits and bits, sometimes sound trivial. For example, about one devotee in America, Swamiji would say, she used to tease me in her old maiden times and call me a construction shop. Something of this nature. Or Swamiji's usual fascination for excellence. Swamiji would recollect his business dealing with the most renowned industrialist of the time, Jamshedji Tata. So how optimum way the whole business dealing has been set up, that impressed Swamiji very much. So Swamiji was very appreciative. Something of this nature. One day, Swamiji was Vijaysh, tell you what happened when we were a little child, kid. One day, in Swamiji's way, Swamiji's own story, one day, Swamiji and his elder brother went out on an evening walk in the neighborhood somewhere with his father. Now, after some time, there was a commotion that they actually saw. Something wrong somewhere. And so a policeman has intercepted somebody and dealing very roughly with this man. He was a Brahmin priest. And when they got closer to this, they found that policeman, apparently it was a red district trading on sensuality. There was a girl murdered. And that's why the policeman was brought into this picture. Now, this poor Brahmin priest, humble, harmless, was passing by, doing his usual round of his activities, only to be intercepted by this police and handled very badly. Now, policeman did not get any reply for all this interrogation of this priest, and he was about to beat him up. At this point, Swamiji's father apparently had physical frame, very big and strong. He couldn't hold himself. He went to the policeman and short-fronted him, and saying, "You are harassing this innocent, noble man, and you know what? You are doing this only because he does not speak English. Is that right? I want to see your name tag, because I want to report you to the superintendent." That softened that policeman. He was rather apologetic. I didn't want to be reported to this superintendent. Anyway, after that they were going back home, and Swamiji's father told Swamiji and the elder brother Nikhil that a couple of more minutes. Okay, just finish this one quickly. So, because this is something related to this thing. So, Swamiji's father said to Swamiji and brother, they don't say a word to mom when you go back home. And they said, okay, agree. So went back, Swamiji's father, after settled down, to convene a family meeting, and he told mom exactly what happened today, and said, you know what, your children, our children, will probably experience the same type of experience that this poor Brahmin priest had today, if they didn't know English properly. And if you allow me, let's do one thing, establish an environment in our family which will help them learn this English properly. So, let's do one thing, we'll speak English at home all the time. They started all these English lessons, including all the synonyms and antonyms. Swamiji used to say, whenever there is a word come, in my mind, all the synonyms also crowded. And you all agree that this is the sort of thing we always heard in Swamiji's speeches. All these things, I also had time to ask questions. Not necessarily we have completed it, lots of unfinished business. One of these things is Swamiji, I asked one day Swamiji, I hear you have Swami Vivekananda appeared in your dream. Swamiji says, it's not only in the dream, it's more intense than that, and I'll come to it. To you, I want to describe this one to you in details one day. It never happened. So I am sure probably Swamiji has expressed that to somebody else to relate to us with interest. One last event that I must say.
Sorry, as I said earlier, we don't have infinite time and we are already running 1 hour late. So we will, please. I would request Sri Amitabh Sen to come and say a few words, please.
Respected Swamijis, Maharajis, devotees.
Hello.
I thank you for the opportunity to say a few words, reminiscing about the amazing grace that we had with our associations with Swami Sridharananda. I think one of the songs that we just heard talked about the Dibai he gave along. And I think that reflects what I feel. It would be pointless, and I'm not qualified to talk either about his history or any spirituality in this audience. But that would be like the English proverb of carrying gold to Newcastle. So I'll restrict myself to some memories and the associations with him. But I'll still take the liberty of using some of his phrases that we came to love. Simha Avalokaya, look back on the journey. He was undoubtedly a spiritual giant, one of the most erudite scholars in the field of Indian spiritual literature, and one of the most eloquent speakers on the subject that we have ever come across, any of us. He was well known to the whole world as such, and eulogies for him, both in poetry and in prose, are sprouting forth on the internet like wildflowers in the West Australian desert in spring. I don't have a eulogy for him. The universe will do that later, for sure. It was spring in the year 2000 when we had the good fortune to get to meet Swamiji very soon after he landed in Sydney. We had moved here a couple of kilometers down the road on Marsden Road when another Bengali family whom we knew bought a townhouse across the road. What amazing grace was that? They invited 5 or 6 other Bengali families and also Swamiji to perform a housewarming function. I got to sit next to him for about 2 hours that morning. It reminds me of a phrase from Swami Shivananda's life, which reflections with Swami Vivekananda. Once Shivananda asked him, "How do you know another person?" He said, "Just clear your heart and look into his eyes and his head, and you know him. In those 2 hours, Swami knew all about me, my whole past, my whole future, and where I stood. There was another Bengali family there that day, Mr. Devu and Lali Mukherjee, whom many of you would know. We discovered that Swamiji was doing a parlor talks in their house. And of course we went. There were 8 or 10 other families there, mostly who are still devotees of the ashram today. And then we discovered about the Bhagavad Gita classes. Swamiji was about to start at South Stratfield Bowling Club. Of course, Swati and I had been to Ramakrishna Mission in Kolkata and used the library at different stages of our student lives, but didn't know much more about Vedanta. I thought, coming from a traditional Kolkata Bengali family, immersed in ritualistic worship, we knew everything about spirituality, naively. I didn't know what I didn't know. Since then, we attended 25 years of his Sunday talks for 40 weeks a year. That's 1,000 hourly engagements at a minimum. A university lecture or a course, you do 16 weeks and we did 1,000 years, 1,000 hours. Swamiji was then staying at a house, as mentioned earlier, provided by the Ramakrishna family at Midland Road, then in South Stratfield. He was planning to fit out a small shrine to the Holy Trinity to run some. And we were set up by Lali Mukherjee to meet Swamiji and run some errands for him. That was another big step in getting us closer to him. My own guru back in India used to say, that always offer some service to your guru, because then he can pray for you. Very quickly, our relationship started developing. I had got initiation from my guru in India in 1986, a week before I left for Africa. He left his mortal body in 1992. Before I went back to India, I had very little contact time with him. But his one teaching was, you go to Africa, you go to Australia, it will be good for you. Swami filled that void for me. My father died in the same year, 2000. Swamiji filled that same void. He became for us not only a friend, a philosopher, a guide, much more. He was our life. We mutually discovered that his elder brother, Nikhil Bharat, had offered me a job 25 years before that. And I didn't take up that job. The older brother was not good enough for me. I had to wait 25 years to meet the younger brother. Two of my other professors at management school were well-known Ramakrishna Mission devotees. Many of these small little incidents and facts got us close together over the years. What did Swamiji treat us is Indian Shraddha and Bhakti, Shravana, Smarana, Padasivaya, Bhashya, Atmaniketana. I think I went through all those phases of identity with him. He started trusting me in more ways than one. The ashram first got established in Red Mile Road and then moved soon after to Ashram. He shared many stories of his many interactions with his guru, Swami Sridharananda, and also many other senior monks that he knew. I was very close to him. And he shared one instance, I don't know that it's well known, but I will share it today. at the finishing of the Lakna ashram, which many of my preceding speakers have talked about, he was sitting in the grounds of the ashram. He had a visit of the Holy Mother. With his engineering precision, he could describe exactly what she was wearing, exactly where she passed by, and exactly what she did. I don't think that story is well known. One of the key lessons that he taught for me, and the first rule of engagement with him was, I'll say it in Bengali, সব সময় ভাববি আশ্রমে কিসে ভালো হবে। Never think about yourself. Just give yourself up. But I remember that became the bond for our relationship. Everything and every time I interacted with him, that would be the foremost. He would always have me by his side in every committee meeting. Sometimes he held my hand. I used to think that he loves me, therefore he keeps me. But it was much more deeper than that. A couple of very interesting incidents. My mother was sick. She lived alone in India from 2000 when my father died. And I used to travel very regularly to India. They were very stressful trips. I was traveling back and forth many times a year. Once suddenly at Bangkok airport, I found a monk in Oka, and it was Swami Sridharananda, the highlight of my trip. And I've bumped into monks from this ashram many times. Come up to Maharaj sometimes. But let me go back. The landmark event in my relationship with him came in the living room of the Ashford ashram in the early noughties. I think it was about 2021. Then the only income from the ashram was from the donation box after the class. Very, very limited income. And Swamiji had a vision that he had to grow that organization. Because his belief was if an organization doesn't grow, it doesn't survive. He wanted to take loans of about $1 million, which the rest of the committee, very naturally, was completely risk-averse. I was the only one of few people in that room who very vociferously supported him. That brought us really close together. And it also became the standard of our relationship, and he started trusting me enormously, discussing important strategic decisions and issues that were facing him. From those very humble beginnings, we now see where the Vedanta Center of Sydney has gone. And the ashrams at Melbourne, Brisbane, Perth, and Adelaide had opportunities to go with him to most of these. He never gave us a chance to distill lessons from every experience. And the love that generated got transferred to all the other Swamis of the organization. Swami Sridharananda, Swami Maharaj, Swami Damodarananda. This courage came from the conviction that the Holy Trinity would always support him, and they need to be serviced, and the growing expensive. The power of prayer. Numerous miracles in curing terminally sick people, me included. I had a fairly advanced cancer with the doctors saying I needed an operation immediately within 72 hours. This was never known before. It came suddenly. His power brought me back. His prayer brought me back. He was there with my wife at that operation. To me, in those Gita classes, he put himself into the role. He was Krishna talking to us as Arjuna. He was playing the flute as Krishna, and we were gopis in his Leela. in this Vrindavan here, in talking from here. I remembered his last lecture, I think it was on Thakur's birthday from here, when he described Thakur worshipping Holy Mother as Tripura Sindhuri Sorashi, softest, sweetest, ever gracious, ever forbearing, ever forgiving form. That to me is the form in which I see Swami Sridharananda. I'll finish with a very brief hymn remembering his Catholic background in St. Xavier's College. And I can't sing Maharaj even if you pay me, so I'll just recite the words aloud. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found, was blind, but now I see. It was grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. How precious did that grace appear, the hour I first believed. Thank you.
Thank you, Kapil. May I request Mr. Jaishankar Venkatraman from Canberra to say a few words.
Dear Reverend Swamijis, Reverend Matajis, Brahmacharis and fellow devotees. Last week, Swami Admishananda reminded us that Swamiji would not have appreciated eulogies. This strikes me as profoundly true. So instead, I thought we might collectively reflect calmly and rationally on where we were when Swami Sridharananda entered our lives, where we are today, and how his guidance has shaped us. I met Swami Sridharananda on his very first visit to Australia. He came to Canberra on a Navaratri night and spoke on the motherhood of God. I will never forget his very forceful, vehement words. He said, "It's undoubtedly true. History will show that women have not been offered the same opportunities. Our own history reveals innumerable women who played crucial roles in every branch of knowledge, including the Vedas, contributions that have gone largely unrecognized." I remember the audience there was stunned. The murmurs swept the room and then a deep silence. He had challenged us to think deeper. And then with characteristic kindness, he spoke with everyone after the talk. We were captivated from that moment. That encounter was my first education by Swamiji and a preview of the transformative force that would guide our community. So, where were we before he came? Many of us revered Sri Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda. That's why we are all here, I guess. But you will agree that their teachings put forth with such beautiful simplicity can sometimes be read, enjoyed for a moment, and then set aside. What we really needed was someone to bring out their true meaning, to show us how to integrate that wisdom into daily life, and to inspire us to move forward together. I think it was into this need that Swamiji arrived. Once established in Sydney, he began regular trips to Canberra. I had the great privilege of hosting him on his bi-monthly visits. Those overnight stays became cherished lessons. First of all, I think he began by grounding us. His first talks, as I remember, were all about using our own robust common sense, as he called it, to navigate the many paths into the religious marketplace. You may remember that he often used the analogy of a watch. To someone untrained, a watch is just an object. To one who can read, it tells time. To another who understands its intricate mechanics, it's a marvel of engineering. Spiritual progress, he thought, was just like that, a movement from the superficial seeing to deep understanding. And then, of course, his profound teachings on the Bhagavad Gita, the Yoga and the Upanishads. What made these talks unique to us was how he poured himself into him, poured himself fully into them. He explained even the most difficult ideas in simple terms, and almost after every verse went into great detail on how to apply it in day-to-day life. For many of us, most of our time with him was spent in these classes, where he gave us the foundation and deep appreciation of our philosophy. He continued these talks throughout his life and has left us a recorded legacy which is priceless gift for us and for future generations. And then he brought Holy Mother into our lives. He loved the Holy Mother. I mean, what can I say? He loved us so much and wanted so deeply to share her with us that he laid bare his own spiritual development, some of his most intimate encounters with many of our direct disciples. Many of us here have been deeply affected by his introduction of the Holy Mother into our lives. To him, Holy Mother was not different from Sri Ramakrishna, and he took great care to explain this to us as well. And then again, I think his way of working was exemplary, and there was a lot we could learn from that. Swamiji worked with a clear vision. For example, even though there were only a handful of devotees initially in Canberra, he would finish his Sunday talk in Sydney, rush to catch the train, and he would stop in Canberra the very same night. Soon after he arrived on one cold Canberra night, he asked a small group of us to draw up a constitution with a view to establishing a centre there. And all this was even before the first ashram was established in Sydney. Swamiji worked tirelessly to establish all the centres. But I think what we did find was that the progress was never smooth or linear. There were many starts and stops. Yet he worked tirelessly, paying meticulous attention to the means. He wanted all of us to be involved happily in the effort. He prayed constantly to the Holy Mother to fulfill her will. He started many projects, and I think what we got to realize is that some did fail, but he never got upset or complained. He simply accepted it as the will of the Holy Mother and moved on. He was a great judge of temperament and ability, teaching each of us with immense kindness and patience. I think most of you will know what I'm talking about. I wonder if you'll just grant me a little indulgence to share how he made things easy for me. I've always struggled with maintaining a regular spiritual practice. Swami Sridharananda, who led austere and disciplined life, had stressed his importance to me. I used to host him from time to time, and I would notice that he would always have some book or prayer book in his hand, and he would get up very early in the morning between 3 or 4 a.m. To meditate. However, my first nightmare came through once when I hosted him and failed to wake him up in time to take him to the airport. He had to knock on my door. So when Swami Sridharananda came, I was extra careful. But Swamiji was very different, easygoing and relaxed. He told me, Jayashankar, I don't require much food, but I really need to sleep. I never saw him praying for me. I was intrigued. So early on travel mornings, I would listen outside his room. 3 a.m., snoring. 4 a.m., snoring. 5:25, still snoring, as I panicked about the plane. Yet the alarm would always go off and he would rise perfectly on time. He helped me gradually over time. During one visit, he simply sighed and said, "You know, Jayashankar, Holy Mother is very kind. She makes things easy." On another occasion during a lecture, he told the audience, Right now, I'm only using 1% of my thinking capacity to speak to you. The other 99% is engaged respect. And once, as I was driving into the station, he suddenly asked me to pull over. He said, "Let me tell you what spiritual life is about. You see a man out there, see divinity there. You see a woman, see divinity. You see a tree here, see divinity. It's all a change of attitude. And if you forget, remind yourself again. What is imagination at first will become reality." In this way, Swamiji showed me and others here that spirituality need not be forced, but to be practiced with ease and joy throughout the day. He taught me to pray to the Holy Mother, to accept what she places, where she places things, and to see service like caring for my mother in the last years as the highest form of worship. Swamiji gave his very last lecture in Canberra on a Saturday in November. He loved coming there. He attended the evening arati the night before, and the next day he held a spell down with his talk on the Mundaka Upanishad. In the very same hall, he had banded us together more than 20 years ago. So where are we now? He's no longer with us in the physical sense. Yet the overwhelming feeling, I think, talking to everyone here, is it's not one of devastation or sorrow, but of being profoundly blessed. We have been the recipients of a great and timely grace. Sri Ramakrishna and the Holy Mother, in the infinite kindness, sent a beautiful guiding light into our lives. A teacher who taught us, nurtured us, encouraged us, loved us, and patiently pushed us forward, each of us forward on our own path to the divine. For those of us who knew him and loved him, that light has not gone out. It lives on. Whenever we remember him, we will be reminded of his teachings and of the ever-present love and compassion of Sri Ramakrishna, the Holy Mother, and Swami Vivekananda. A loving current that continues to carry us forward toward infinite joy and peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Jashikar. I invite Dr. Bindu Narayan to come and say a few words. Swamiji always consulted her for any of his physical treatments, and we are very grateful to her for having looked after Swamiji.
I stand here today filled with many emotions, above all, a deep sense of gratitude. I feel truly blessed to have had the opportunity to be in close association with our beloved Sridharananda, who filled us with love. I would like to share a few of my personal observations when I attended events and celebrations at the Vedanta Center. During these programs, after the chantings and Pushpanjali, I would eagerly look forward to Swami's darshan. He would always be there, ready to bless. When I approached him seeking for blessings, what Swamiji offered was far more than a blessing. He would lovingly inquire about my well-being and the welfare of my family. In those few moments, Swamiji would fill me with positivity, peace, and a sense of divine energy. He had a unique way of making everyone feel valued and cared for. I was always amazed at how Swamiji had the energy and patience to give his time to every devotee. He listened attentively with genuine love and compassion, making each person feel that they truly matter. What I treasure most is the way Swamiji guided me at every stage with his vast knowledge of Ayurveda and his unwavering faith in Ayurvedic medicine. Coming from a lineage of Rajvaidyas, Swamiji would share stories of how his ancestors treated various health conditions using Ayurvedic methods. His words inspired me to revisit classical texts and my own ones. Maybe he motivated me to do my homework and to deepen my learning and practice. I felt incredibly fortunate to have had such a great guru, one who trusted me, encouraged me, and constantly reassured me. His guidance helped me grow both professionally and spiritually. I remain deeply humbled by his trust in me. Swamiji's life was an embodiment of compassion, wisdom, and selfless service. His presence touched my heart, and his guidance continues to inspire me. Though he may no longer be physically with us, his blessings, teachings, and boundless love remain forever alive within us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite Dr. Sridharananda, who was very close to Swamiji, to speak a few words.
Namaste everyone. Revered Swamijis, Matajis, Acharyas, respected elders, High Commissioner, friends, devotees, brothers, sisters, and our children. Swami Sridharananda Maharaj is a never-ending song in my heart of comfort, happiness in being. I may sometimes forget the words, but I always remember the tune. I'm honored and humbled, and I feel blessed and grateful to have the opportunity to share a little about my relationship with Swamiji. I am a young member of the Ramakrishna mission from the age of about 5 or 6. I grew up in Fiji, and I had the blessed opportunity to have the teachings of my guru, Swami Damodarananda, who you've heard a little bit about. And he was the one who introduced me to Swamiji. I've known Swamiji now for 32 years. In 1993, I had the honor and felt blessed to meet him in Auckland, New Zealand, where we lived. And it was the first introduction that Swamiji had to this part of the world, with a view to obviously come and do what he has done here in Australia. And my family and I have been blessed to host him, have the opportunity to care for him and for him to care for our souls for so many years. I don't think there's a home that I've lived in where he has not been and stayed. This is the closeness that I've shared with him, countless moments, so many things that I've learned from him. He has been an inspiration to me. Everything from my graduation, I travelled all the way from Sydney to the University of Otago, Dunedin, to see my wife and I graduate. Both my daughter's names he has given as well. Every single major life decision that I have made, he has been the reflection that allowed me to reach a decision. And then I had the privilege and blessings to have a small part in trying to help him with his health towards the crescendo of his life. I've lost my ever-smiling spiritual guide, my mentor. He was my friend. He was my grandfather. And on occasions, he was my father. And he was my mother. But he still remains an inspiration for me to become the best that I can be in his words, intellectually, spiritually, emotionally, and physically, so that I can be an instrument of the divine. This is one of those moments where our words are not enough. They cannot do justice to the situation. They simply cannot fully encapsulate the depth of emotion, sentiments, and the impact that he's had on my life. And this is where I reach out to minds and inspiration better than myself, And I'd like to read you something that's very poignant from Maya Angelou. It's called When Great Trees Fall. When great trees fall, rocks on distant hills shudder. Lions hunker down in tall grasses, and even elephants slumber after safety. When great trees fall in forests, small things recoil into silence, their senses eroded beyond fear. When great souls die, the air around us becomes light, rare, sterile. We breathe briefly, our eyes briefly see with a hurtful clarity. Our memory suddenly sharpened, examines, gnaws on kind words unsaid, promised walks never taken. Great souls die, and our reality, bound to them, takes leave of us. Our souls, dependent upon their nurture, now shrink, wizened. Our minds, formed and informed by their radiance, fall away. We are not so much maddened as reduced to the unutterable ignorance of dark, cold caves. And when great souls die, after a period, peace blooms. Slowly and always irregularly. Spaces fill with a kind of soothing electric vibration. Our senses restored, never to be the same, whisper to us. They existed. They existed. We can be and be better, for they existed. And thank you.
Thank you. So, I would request Dr. Madhuchanda Ghosh from Phoenix, Arizona, to say a few words of her association with Swami Sridharananda. It has been for over 50 years.
Mataji's, Swamiji's, and dear friends of Swami Sridharananda Ji Maharaj. I am Madhuchanda Ghosh from Phoenix, Arizona. I am humbled to have been given the opportunity to say a few words about my interactions with Revered Maharaj Swami Sridharananda Ji. My son and I was scheduled to meet Maharaj on Monday, December the 15th, around late morning, early afternoon. However, the meeting was not to be. We missed him by a few days. Holy Mother had other plans for him. I have known Maharaj for more than 4 decades. He was a dear friend of my parents and of me. I met Maharaj for the first time sometime in the mid to late 70s in Singapore. I had come home for the summer recess from IIT Kharagpur, and Maharaj had been invited by Swami Sridharananda Ji Maharaj, who was then the president of the Singapore mission. I don't recall any details of the talk I attended, but I clearly do recall that I was able to follow him from start to finish. Maharaj was a powerful speaker. He was able to deliver his messages at the level where we were. He offered guidance that was timeless and deeply personal. I was initiated at a very early age, and as I matured and turned my focus on my daily religious practices and my readings, Maharaj became my go-to Maharaj for questions. My discussions with him were always enlightening. There was never an occasion where I would have to say, but Maharaj, wait, how about this? Or Maharaj, how about that? He was able to determine what was not clear to me without my having to say anything. And he was always, always so dear and so encouraging. His answers cleared confusion. He always provided deep insights. He never left room for doubts to brew over time. Having been an educator for close to 30 years, I have often wondered how he did that. Maharaj was encouraging, compassionate, and always showed unwavering calmness. On June 9th, 2010, Maharaj called me in the afternoon in Phoenix, Arizona. My mother was in hospice care at home. He said to me in Bengali, "Madhu, maake chhede de. It is time to let your mother go." I was my mother's only child. That was a tough call. Your mother has led a full life, he said. It is time for you to let her go. He gave me specific instructions as what to do when the time came. His words gave me both courage and peace. My mother passed away that night. I had to stand by my father, who was then a little over 90 years old. Over the days that followed, he provided guidance on how I should move forward with the needed rites and rituals that had to be done. He served very quickly as our elder family member. Over the years, he had visited my family in Phoenix a couple of times. I had met him a couple of times at our Hollywood Center in California. I have also visited him several times here in Sydney. He was a dear, dear friend. I understand, I know. He is at the Holy Trail now, smiling down upon us with his warm and ever gentle smile. I know that when I go back home and have my quiet time each morning, I will hear his voice and his guidance he had given me over the years. May his blessings be upon all of us always. May his words continue to guide us down the path he showed us. And may his laughter ring in our ears. Thank you, John.
Thank you very much. I would invite Dr. Sridharananda, who is one of the doctors initially from the time Swami came here to look after Swami. After her, there is the last speaker, Mr. Kalyan Balakrishnan.
Dear Swami Atmeshananji, all the monks, Mataji, Brahmacharijis and dear friends. We are honoring the life and legacy of Swami Sridharananda Maharaj. He took Mahasamadhi on 13th of December 2025. Swamiji was deeply rooted in Holy Mother. He used to tell that he would be in great difficulties. He would pray to Holy Mother and his prayers were always answered. It is not possible to put my feelings into words. It was larger than life. The words will not be sufficient to describe his greatness and intellectual legacy. My journey started in 1980 when we were in a small country town near Dabo. I was told Swami Ranganathanji was going to hold retreat near Katumba. I went alone to attend the retreat and I met Swami Ranganathanji. We made immediate connection. That was my first point of contact with Ramakrishna Order. In my childhood, I was always very inspired by Vivekananda and Guru Maharaj, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa and Holy Mother. Swami Ranganathanji told me he was going to send Mataji in 6 months and somebody else later on. That somebody was our Swami Sridharananda Maharaj. I did not know about him until 2002. But once we came to know, we started attending his lectures in Stratfield Bowling Club, Augusta Street. We saw Swamiji in 62 Red Mile Road. We introduced ourselves. That's how our journey began. It went from strength to strength. We became his disciples. We felt very honored and privileged that he chose us to look after him. Then the journey continued when the ashram was in Ashfield, when Patanjali Yoga Sutra was taught. We would finish our work and rush to attend them. That was very enjoyable time for us. The next chapter started when the current building was born and developed in the ashram. We enjoyed coming to Gita classes and Buddha Combination classes in the evening. We learned a lot and we still have a lot to learn. We felt loved and blessed by him. We felt personal warmth. I would like to share a few things. He had a sweet tooth and my husband used to make Shrikhand for him. And Swamiji would look at me with a cheeky smile. He would ask, is it asli or nakli? Because he didn't want any sugar substitute. I had to convince him, Swamiji, it is really asli. And he mentioned his experiences with Virajanand Swamiji and Shantanandji. He used to tell lots of stories about his time before his sannyas, how hard it was, and during his after he became sannyasi. His company was not only enlightening but very enjoyable. My husband wanted to visit Belur, so he organized the pilgrimage for us. The last of was Lucknow Ashram, which Swamiji built. There are still lots of people, old staff and old devotees who still remember him. And they told that he used to climb just like the builders. And he designed ashram himself. And he told us in Hindi that ashram ke liye majdoor ki tarah kaam kiya. Each and every part of the ashram was perfect precision and auditorium, my God. We went on Shivratri day and there was a program, beautiful bhajans were going on. I was sitting in that auditorium. It reminded me of a very famous Tejpal auditorium in Mumbai. But it is a lot better than Tejpal auditorium. Everything built with precision and perfection and symmetry and acoustics were perfect. Just before the gardens could be finished, he was asked to come to Australia. Gardens are still unfinished. Nobody has them. Swamiji walked the path with a grace and unwavering discipline. He came to Australia. There was nothing, no ashram. There were lots of difficulties. But now he has managed to establish ashram in Sydney, Brisbane, Melbourne, Adelaide, Canberra. There is ashram in Auckland as well. That proves that he lived a life in service of Guru Maharaj, in the service of the truth. Swamiji's message is to see divinity in everyone. I remember Swamiji's verses like man making, character building practices, etc. He said, we are all children of divine. We are pure existence, pure consciousness, pure divine bliss. And Sat Swarup, Chit Swarup, Anand Swarup, Atman is our true original nature. I will definitely miss him a lot, his smile and his warmth. But I have to remember that his physical form is no more, but his teachings will remain in my heart forever. Hari Om.
Okay, may I request Kalyan Balakrishna to say a few words.
Pranams to the Holy Trinity, Swamijis, Matajis, and all our friends on our spiritual journey together. I don't know if it's a good thing to be the last speaker or not, but I'll take it in the positive spirit which Swami Sridharananda has always told us. And I know that now you're a captive audience, so you cannot go anywhere because I'm the last speaker. It's really humbling again, as some people said, to be asked to speak on this occasion. Because I know many in the audience know him for longer and perhaps are more intimately involved with him. Let me begin with an anecdote which Swamiji shared with my wife Usha and me a few years back. About 75 years earlier, there was a young man, Sri Salil Kumar Bharat, who completed his mechanical engineering from Calcutta, and as most of the people from the East with a spiritual bent of mind decided to go to Pondicherry to visit Sri Aurobindo Ashram. He went there, spent a day there, did not seem to give many greater spiritual experiences, and so he got back on the train from Pondicherry to Madras to catch the connecting train back to Calcutta. On the train, he met two elderly gentlemen, and they got chatting. And when one of them realized that he had come all the way to Pondicherry but wasn't too sort of enlivened, he asked him, "Why don't you come with me? We are going to Tiruvannamalai. You can come and meet Bhagwan Ramana Maharshi." So this young man was a little hesitant because he would miss his connecting train back to Calcutta. His parents were expecting him back the next day. But this elderly gentleman was a railway official and said, "Don't worry, I will put you on the same train the following day. I will send a message to your parents that you will be coming one day late." So this young man went to Tiruvannamalai, and those of you who have been there and know a little bit about Bhagwan Ramana Maharshi know that all the spirituality there is in the hall of silence. Bhagwan Ramana Maharshi will sit, and with his deep piercing eyes, he'll pass on the divinity to you. The young man was moved, and when he got up finally to offer his pranams to Bhagwan, Bhagwan looked at him and said only one thing: go to Ramakrishna. And as we all know, the rest is history. So my wife and I met Swami Sridharananda about 15 years back when I was going through a rough patch, and one of our very intimate friends who is here in the audience, Now she is Mataji Radhikananda Saraswati. She said, come with me, I'll take you to a place which will completely energize you and introduce you to a person who will be your guide. We came here, we attended the Aarti in the old structure, and after the Aartrika, when we came out, we will all remember Swami Sridharananda always used to sit at the end of the corridor in a chair. We went and met him and spoke to him, and all that he told me was that as he looked at me, be divine-centric, be not egocentric. And that has been my personal Mahavakya guiding me throughout my life. So over the last 15 years, we have had a lot of opportunities to interact with Swamiji. And I'm not going to spend any time talking about his qualities of head and heart because all the people before me have spoken at length about it. But I thought I'd be a little different and speak about one aspect of Swamiji which he always used to stress in his morning sessions, which was Swami Vivekananda's ideology of man-making and character building. Some years back, I was asked by Swamiji and by Swami Sridharananda to speak at the 150th celebrations of Swami Vivekananda, which was held here, on something about Swami Vivekananda, and I picked this particular topic of man-making and character building. And I picked up a few points which reflected the ideology of this concept of man-making and character building. And I can see that each one of them, Swami Sridharananda lived it fully. The first one which Swami Vivekananda ji mentioned was to arise and be awake. I can say that our Swamiji was a living example, as could be demonstrated by his ability to raise so many people and tap their hidden talents and tap their hidden potential. The next principle was to be strong and fearless at all times. Again, our Swamiji was a torchbearer of this principle because who but him could brave all odds and travel the world in his 90s? Who but him could establish the Vedanta centers from scratch in Australia? Who but him could even think of establishing the Institute of Higher Learning here? So he was truly a person who was both strong and fearless. The next tenet which Vivekananda ji mentioned was to always entertain positive thoughts and never to have even the slightest inkling of negativity. And this was demonstrated by our Swamiji forever, every day. When some of us were associated with the Institute of Higher Learning in Sydney, and we faced many problems, many challenges, but Swamiji never allowed even one iota of negativity to come into our thoughts and said, Holy Mother will guide us, we will just go on forward with what we have to do. He was a living example of what Lord Krishna calls Sita Pragya. The next ideal of Swami Vivekananda is to make your own future. Nobody else can demonstrate this better than our Swamiji, because we know how he has made this center, how he has allowed it to grow in this country, how he has spread the movement of Vedanta in Australia. He truly reflected the fact that you are makers of your future. The next ideal expressed is to seek God within and seek the divinity in all. At every morning session on Sundays, Swamiji used to stress this out. I remember we were both Prasadji, who's not here, who's in India probably now, both of us were very intimately involved with the running of the Institute of Higher Learning. And we did have occasions to talk to Swamiji about some appointments which we thought were perhaps not ideal and needed to be changed. Swamiji never agreed and said that no one can be bad. Look to the good of everyone and find areas where you can use that person so that we bring out what the potential that person has. He truly saw the divinity in every person. And the final tenet of Swami Vivekananda is to carry the light of knowledge always. A person who is a man maker and a builder of character is able to do this. And Swamiji has reflected this throughout his presence here in terms of all his expositions where he carried the light of knowledge to every door, to every person in the most simple way which we could understand and use. So in my view that Swami Sridharananda was truly a maker of man and a builder of character. Before closing, I came across a poem by Rabindranath Tagore, which I think would have been what Swamiji would have said to us at the end of his life here on this planet in terms of physical life. The poem is titled "Farewell, My Friends." It says, "Farewell, my friends. It was beautiful as long as it lasted. The journey of my life, I have no regrets. Whatsoever said, the pain I leave behind those dear hearts who love and care, and the strings which are pulling or at their heart and soul, the strong arms that have held me up when my own strength let me down. At the turning of my life, I came across good friends, friends who stood by me, even when time raced by. Farewell, farewell, my friends. I smile and bid you goodbye. No, shed no tears, for I need them not. All I need is your smile. If you feel sad, do think of me, for that's what I like when you live in the hearts of those you love. Remember them. You never die." Swami Sridharananda will never die. He will forever be in our hearts as a beacon of light and our spiritual guide. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have concluded the puja and memorial program. A part of such an event, when a monk passes on, is Yati puja. That means respecting or honoring the nuns and monks I would request all the Matajis and all the monks to please go upstairs to the hall, and we will be having a short program afterwards. I would request everyone to accept the prasadam. I would also request Radhikananda also to join the Matajis upstairs. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Our evening program starts at 6 p.m.